Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は約46日目です。This is day 146. Sorry, I started thinking in Spanish. Like, like, 100, 100, like, actually, 14? No, not 14. At all my, sorry. And I was thinking of something that I have to do today later in Spanish, and I saw 14. I was like 14. I'm like, that doesn't sound right. All right. Starting from the top. Yeah, welcome back, everyone. We have a timer now, right? Yes. So the timer is a little over 4 days before we hit level 15. Let's see, 160. I don't think there was anything from yesterday. I was kind of being loose yesterday, largely because Saturdays are typically abbreviated days. So we'll see how I remember. Yesterday was, yes, the second peak day. So we're gonna take a little bit slower. I did falter a bit. And let's see, 160. I think we had about 100 items, right? So then there's 60. That sounds like two different groups on top of each other. Let's see if we can find. All right. Wahoo. Sorry. I'm still thinking about what just happened. Shitsubo. Ne? 君には失望したよ。Hold up. Alt plus. This is a new one. So we have fault plus hope. Or yes. So this is negative, something negative. Disappointment. Oh wait, I could also use I can also use Chinese, right, for this one. Super despair. Okay. There's fault in your hope. Interesting. Okay. I could use, yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it. Okay. I think I skipped over the mnemonic because I should know that Hoang is disappointment. Okay. Was I given an onyomi for this? Nope. What? Oh. Busy.
教会
Yokai. What the? Oh, wait. Wait. What? Oh.
Koji.
Koji. Koji wa kyou kara 今日から明日までです。Oh. Instruction was from today till tomorrow. Okay.
道具。
道具。道具。手紙を送るにはあんや紙その道具を使います。I guess it's still tool. Okay. Oh. Wait. Is that not? Wait. Oh, standalone words. I already typed that. Huh, something's a little off. It's like front, surface, right? I thought it was on mote. It's something like that. I thought I had a reliable way of knowing what it was. Besides the definition. Yeah, no. Okay. So there's something near rhymey that is not working. So this is like surface, and I think the key word that I'm looking for, something to do with a motel. That's all I got. So kono surface, kono kami no surface, right? Surface wa pink, pink iro ni ne eku? I mean nete? Nute. Nute kudasai. Nute. Amate? Amote? Huh. I think this is the only read of this. Either I know it or I don't. Because what can we do in these instances? Oh, I typed multiple times, didn't I? It's omote. Omote. It's pretty. Omote. Common problem. I type and o interchangeably a lot of times. Near rhymes go from either o or an as in like o or before like something. Okay. Okay. Okuru.
Sote.
Okay. Off to a rocky start. Shoukin.
Kami-sama.
Mono. It's to come, but like humbly so. And how did that work? Something about a lucky day. right? My lucky day.
マイル
Nairu. Let that sink in for a little bit. No. Okay, okay. I have a lot of bundle, like, there's a lot of this. A bunch of this. What do I have a bunch of? Oh, I have a bunch of socks, right? And then I need,
束
aba.
想像する
想像する. Ne?
俺たち
俺たち.
基本
日本. No. No, I will not fall for this hand stuff again. あのパンハンサム. Oh, handsome as in like handsome? Oh my gosh, it is. handsomeな something は誰ですか? How does this work?
選手
選手. Fine. Yes. Yep. Doing quite a lot of like semi-synonym yesterday. The nose.
望み
Nozomi. Okay. Hmm.
当然
Hosen. Sugoi. テストで、テスト。テストで、wait, 100 points? Oh, 100点。寄ったの? Oh, okay. Adding sa to this. 当然さ. I don't know why I thought natural, but Like obvious. Yeah, of course. Naturally. Yeah, I was thinking more naturally. It's kind of weird. This sentence is more like someone who was confident. Like awesome. 100 points on that test though, right? Naturally. But that's kind of like naturally, that's how it should be. I don't know if I want to call that a week or not.
記事
Easy. It's a post, but I guess they're gonna want to go with an article or something. It's still a post. Like oops. Like more new age way of saying it is post. Like a news post or a blog post or something. As well. The heck? Oh.
名古屋
Nagoya. Yes. Yes.
人参
Ninjin.
全然
Zenzen. Let's try like entirely, completely. It's okay.
鏡
Kagami. Oh, what the heck happened here? Hmm.
放題
Die. How do you phrase this? As much as one wants? I think I added that. It's close enough.
家具
Hangu,
肉屋
Nikuya,
服
希望, Naki, Ibo, no? Ne? Nani?
Kibo
I must have typoed. And I'm not entirely sure how I typoed. Oh, right. They just want hope. Verbal noun. I make an exception for verbal nouns. Okay. Um. Hmm.
平和
Ewa. Ne? Ewa. That's fine. That's fine. We're just filling these. We're filling these reviews out. Starting to transition from like thinking about things. I'm testing if I can feel them out before I rely on other things. It's working okay. Like, I do okay.
頑固
Danko. Oops.
周り
Mawari. I had the one conversation yesterday was when I was on Mawari. Okay. No.
理性
Lise. Lise. The reason plus nature. Like logic, reason. I'm surprised logic doesn't work here. Just gonna put this as backup. It's the nature of reason, logic. Full thread. Mm-hmm. No, it's not that one. Okay, I got two of these mixed up. It's fine. I needs the rescue.
和食
Bashoku. Uh,
客室
Yakshitsu. Okay.
完全
Anzen. Just perfect. Fine. Hmm. No. Oh, this is kind of weak. Yeah. But because I'm not quite sure what the onyomi is for the left side. Or think? Kind of. Alright, let's add this. We think plus oh no. I mean use like contemplate plus think. Like thought. And only stuck with omo. Hmm. For some reason I kind of want to lean on or something. The end with soul. Sounds good with salt. Thought. That says Koichi. Koichi no thought にはついてけません。One of those times. Today is one of those days. Just blocking on things that are quite obvious. Can't get try. No, that doesn't work. Maybe no. The gears are kind of turning, but kind of turning. I really should install. I really should add a script to push something to the back. Yeah, I'll have to. You know what? I'll write a note about that. Need script to push you to back. Otherwise, I'm stuck here with our own devices. Trying so hard. So disappointing. I just don't know. So Omo, all right, let's go through this. I'm pretty sure this is think, and the other thing is think, right? Or yeah, sure. And then this has got to be like a thought. The main read is Omo, which is kun. And I can't think of a readily available kun, so this isn't special. So, and I'm looking for then a... Oh no, wait. This is, no, this is special. This is thought, but it's also ideology, right? And it's the only read that I have that uses this right now. What do I think about when I think of ideology? I think of sheep. That was it. Sheep. So then this is shiso. Too much. Too much. This is very, very weak. Probably because it's the only
思想
example that I have. I'm pretty confident this is the only example I have. Idea, thought. Pretty sure there's ideology too. Okay, yes. This is probably the only read. If I had to guess, this is the only one. We have omoite, omoidasu, omowazu. Yep, and then shizo. So, they have, let's see, they included 3 with the shi. Is shi and mo the omo are the only reads? Okay. In due time, in due time. She saw. She saw. Okay. Oh, is this idea? Oh, no, wait. No, sorry. What? Contemplate. Oh, it's the other way around. I'm not sure if contemplate leads me to anything more than think. So, that's fine. Oh, actually, it's not. It's imagine. Think and imagine. Or think and contemplate. Okay. Oh, that one's weak. Very weak.
俺
It.
願望
Ganbo. This one's different. So we have gender or like nature. Oh no, it's not different. This because we only have one read that thing it's using.
性
Say I'm actually kind of curious if this has any other where's the kanji? Oh, it does have. Oh, right, that's right. It has no kun. There are no kun reads. Interesting. So we're still looking for our first. Oh, we have one show, I think. Uzukushi. Uzukushi. I know, right? I'm having trouble spelling it. She? No. He's, having such a problem today. No, I'm thinking of something else. Or, yeah, this. Wait. This is tsukushi. Oh, there's no zoo. Right. It's yeah, I was mishearing myself. Yeah.
美しい
Uzutsukushi. Uzukushi. I can't do this word. Tsukushi. Utsukushi. We're not gonna get this word very often. Utsukushi. 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 Utsukushi.
能力
Whoa. Oh.
映像
Eizo. Ne? Eizo. Okay. Not quite sure when I got that. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Is it this one? Oh no, wait, maybe I didn't get one yet.
性病
Ebyo.
本屋
Honya. Then help.
負ける
Makeru.
や
Yeah. What? Hold up.
表す
Ah, that was a typo. That was it. I'm like, I'm saying it in my head, but my hands do not follow. What am I looking at?
鹿
Oh, I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me. Sorry, I was trying to unmute and I hit the enter button instead.
男性
Unsaid. Alright. Alright, hold up. What do I... A bunch of angles. Folding, a bunch of corners. Right? That was the thing. That was the thing we were going with. Angles, corners. What about angles and corners? Oh no, that's a different word. But it's related to the angles and corner thing. Oh no, this is the... What else am I folding? We're folding the sash thing, right?
折る
Oru. Oh no, I forgot again. Oh. No. Not that. It's like, something to do with Zanzibar. Something to do with it being rare. Rare remainder. Alright, sure, remainder. I have no idea. Oh, just kidding. I do. The heck? I'm just gonna go with it. Oh, they're looking for the coon. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, okay.
いちご
Ichigo. I might go back and retroactively change all the kanji into on as an acceptable thing. Interesting. That might be a... So I kind of like the idea of assigning all the owns with the exception if there aren't any owns. And then make it like unidirectional. Nah. That's not working hard enough. Fine. I think. Yeah. It's tempting.
女性
You'll say. I could have sworn we got a show read. Is this the show read? Now I'm like playing a mind game with myself. Along with Chinese flooding my brain. By coincidence, we got the left character yesterday in Chinese. Same meaning. Now I can only think of Chinese. Alright. Yeah. What the?
性格
How did it create the ts without me? Oh, double actuation. 性格
選ぶ
選ぶ Oh, nope, that's not it. Oh. Is there a standalone? I think this went was this the Kun? I think this was the Kun. Yes. Yeah, like that. Something like that. I'm not sure I even have an example of an Onyomi character. Huh. Hmm.
Kurai
Kurai.
Shuki
Chuki. You look weird. I feel. Are you different? Talk to me a little bit. Are you different? I feel like you're not different. No, you are different. How are you different? Oh, right. Super bones, right? Super bones.
骨
On it. How did the super bone thing? Like, can you not? No, just super bones. We're just thinking about super bones. All right. Super bones. All right. Oh, this is the fold angle thing. Lots of folds, lots of angles. A Mendel site, right? Mendel site. Con Mendel site. Sorry. With trouble. I know I said con as in Spanish con. Okay. How does this work? Sekaku or setsukaku? it sounds like
Sekkaku.
Sekkaku. When the moment I said Setsukaku sounded. Sorry. This is with trouble. Okay. Oh, our first, one of our rare goals. Goal, I don't know. Wait, hold. Goal,
合格する
合格する. Yeah. Uh-huh. 合格する. They have a different pivot for this. Z. Wait, what? Z. Oh. Wait. What am I looking at? Koe? Z? What? I don't know what that is. Alright. Let's not worry about that. Okay, so... Okay, so we have... This one's a little tricky because we have a status that we're finding suitable, right? That's how I'm looking at it. So if you do that, you're to pass the test. Um.
お客さん、
お客さん。
様、
様。
芸者
芸者。
保持、
保持。Yes. Um.
骨折
骨折。The what?
名物、
名物。
家事
家事。Okay. What? Oh. Oh no. I think I think I'm incredibly rusty on this character. Oh no. Nope. Oh no, maybe it's not. No, no, no. That doesn't work either. Uh, no, no. All I'm saying to myself is Ochisuke. uh, okay, all right. What am I defaulting to? I'm defaulting to she over and over again because of the onyomi. God, write this down. Looks like we're kind of weak on this thing. We have try plus me plus do. And it's miru. So yarikata o bee sting. I did encounter a weakness yesterday, right? For this character. I think this character not getting enough love. Not enough love. Although I think it's gonna be true for this coming month because this is gonna be the longest rotation back around for these characters, right? So the Shiai was the last one that we got, probably Shiai for match or game. I feel like it's Ta. I want to lean on Ta, but I don't think it's Ta. I think I'm thinking of... No. I'm thinking of Tamesu, which is to try something out. This is in... Try something out. I feel like this is very similar to... Oh, this is special. I know why this is special. And I already tried. So if it's not to try something out, it's to try to do something. And what do you try to do something? You try to do something with all your heart, right? Kokoro miru. This is not the first time I've forgotten this. Pretty sure this is to try something. Not to try. To try to do something. Just different from try to do... Try something. Oh, kokoro miru.
心見る
Kokoro miru. And no way around it. Like, understanding that that's kokoro is... It's the only kokoro. And I think it's gonna be the only kokoro. Wait, I would be surprised if there's another kokoro. Let's look. Nope. The only kokoro. Exam hell. Yeah, Kokoro. Yep. Kokoro. Only Kokoro. Weakest part. Weakest part. I think all the one-offs require some sort of additional layer of interaction. Like to improve, let's say like to improve the, why can't I deactivate this? Okay. Yeah. Feels like there's some sort of layer that I need to add on top. Whatever I'm doing now is not sufficient. They don't occur, it feels often case by case. I'm gonna come up with some sort of reliable way of reinforcing exceptions. Okay.
特選
Focusing.
Geinin.
Geinin. Uh,
完成
Hanse. Completely? Did you want a Lee? Oh, completion. Oh, okay. Okay. I think that's a big deal.
茶屋
G's house.
Geinoukai.
Enokai.
Honno.
Oh no.
予想
Also,
Shi.
she.
料金
Joking. What? Oh, I typed the wrong thing.
疑問
Emo.
魚屋
Akanaya.
剣
And. Okay.
火事
Aji.
自然
Shizen. Hello?
一周
Issue. I'm doing this in my head. But how do I express that? I don't know how to express it in English. Let's see. Ranna. Ranna wa, 最後の一周で10 to, oh, it's a combination. It's two. Uh-oh. Yui ne? Kara? Chi. Yeah, no. So that person went from 10th place to first place after that runner. Okay. What is that? How does that help me? In one lap? Oh, but is that just still one lap though? Can I type one lap? Oh, I can type one lap. One time around. Oh, I can type one lap. Okay. Alright, that's fine.
乗る
Noru. Wait. Oh,
少ない
good night. I think I typed she. Good night.
才能
I know. Okay.
詩人
Bijin.
和室
To.
妥協
Dakyo. I feel like this one didn't get shortened. Son of a bee sting.
骨格
Okaku. That felt more like a 50-50. Oh, Okaku. What? Oh. What?
Sotsugyou
Sotsukyo. This one is the one I didn't get short on. Okay, Sotsukyo. Eh.
念願
Nengan. Eh? The dreaded life kanji. Alright, let's think about this for a moment. I think this is
聖歩
Seiho. What? Oh. Wait, why is it Hatsu? Oh, yes. I knew that. More Pia. Oh, no, just kidding. Moku helicopters.
目標
Mokyo. Oh, how does that work? Mokyo. These signs. What? I up the signs. What are we doing here? Okay. Iwa. River and so someone's name, Sun. Oh. Insei no mokujou. Mokujou wa nan desu ka? Mokujou. This is definitely recent. I think it was part of the last batch, right? Oh, wait, yes. Eye on the prize. Yes. Goals. Yes.
協力
Yep. I want to say okay. Nope.
人格
Jingaku. Alright. So, yeah, I gotta make. Okay. Alright. Jinkaku. What? I mean, yep. Oh boy. Not what I think it is.
対比
Koichi.
「一例
Ire. Oh. Oh no. Both both HanziHero and WaniKani has making this very, very difficult. This character very, very difficult. Oh, send help. Okay. Try to think. All right. I have soul, brain, some moon, and a moon. For whatever reason, I just want to type key, but I don't think that's. That's so rough. Qing is way stronger than whatever this is. Try to think. I get. Oh, I can get to it. I know it because I've said this the last 6 times. At least the last 6 times. This is Joe. At least the last 6 times. I went through the same pace. Immediately, I think Qing, and I'm like, feelings. All right. What do I got for feelings? But I don't. What did they do for it? Your soul is blue because Joel made fun of your feelings. Something like that. It doesn't hit the same. Oops. Oh no. What is the right hand. Wait, is this special? I don't think it's. Oh, right.
完了
Anyo.
Mondai.
Okay. All right. What are you hoping for? Or what are you wishing for? What do you wish for? Oh, right.
望む
Domu.
Taidan.
Aidan. Oh. Ooh. What? I guess. Fine.
Osama.
Osama.
和服
Fuku. Oops.
持つ
Natsu. Huh. Oh.
暗記
Anki.
硬い
Atai.
学問
Gakumon. あ、
新しい
Atadashi. I think I wrote Atatashi. Okay.
生物
Oh, not any of the weird ones yet. 生物. Not any of the weird ones.
苦しい
苦しい. Second target. Alright.
力士
Koichi. I actually watched some sumo recently. With some disturbance in the sumo force. Like pop culture things.
格好
Oh. What? I was just like, beautiful? How does this work? The status, like, how do I rationalize it? Or gender, like, or nature, like, oh, the shape, form, posture, or appearance. Yes.
執念
執念.
階層
I saw. I can't spell. Wait, is it? Nice.
整理
整理. 何これ? Like, wait, where did I get superstition from? Hold up, hold up, hold up. No, maybe we can use a context sense. このアパートの住民の部屋はみんないらんとみんなきちゃん Oh, really? ちゃんと整理整理しています。されて This apartment residence room. Everyone pity. Oh. Although I kind of want to know this apartment's residence room are all neatly arranged. Oh, okay, so that's how you say neat. I see. I'm like, what does that mean? So arrange with neatness. I see. How it was arranged. Neat. Chan. Interesting. So all. I saw mina all and then neat. I see. It kind of felt like it was talking about arrangement. So is that new or is that old? That's kind of new. Fine.
Leibun.
Leibun is yeah.
式
Ski.
Uru.
Okay. Yo no se. Hmm. So you're providing an example. No. Do we have anything with e and ba? What type of example? Tanto? Tantoeba? Tantoeba? No. Yes. No. No. Tatoeba.
例えば。
I mean, it's for example, but I don't know what taught. Tatoeba. Tatoeba. Wait, what the heck did this mean? We have rain and part. It's convenient when part is in the hun is in the character, but I totally glossed over what this could mean. Part of I remember now. Part of the sky. Part of the sky is rain. A part of the atmosphere. I feel like
こと。
Koto. Just kidding. I was thinking of something else. Whoops.
例外
I did it again. I typed in half Japanese and half Chinese. How do I... It's outside example, right? An outside... How do you English... I English bad. How do you English an outside example? Like your... exception. Okay. お願いします。
お願いします。試食
時速。Really?
新年
I do not recall that. Really? 話題
話題
Alright. Oof. Today was very rocky. It was very rocky. We have 4 non-negotiables. Oh no, 3. And I gotta remember to implement a script to push something off. So I can like spend most of my time in one state of mind and then another state of mind. Okay. So second day, it's generally rough on the second day, right? The second day of lessons. Following the lessons. Gotta work hard. Monix. Okay. So pool, animal, public, well, arts, talent, and bar. And let's go over these one last time. A. Oh, Kami. Eagle. Oof, this one is kinda rough. Xylophone. I'm actually using Chinese more. Thai is what I'm using more often. Bats. I like this one. This one's great. This one's a little rough on the definition. Zanzibar. For whatever reason, Zanzibar just sticks. Techie totally sticks. I like this. Yaku. The definition was a little rough here. So was this remainder. That was rough. Eagle. That overlaps with eagle. The 2 E's. And this one was rough because the meaning got lost. This was using Japanese for Japanese, which it works really, really well. Fun. Alright. Okay. Alright. Do our reads. Ichigo. Hei. Okami. い、れ、一つ、今日、三、十、五、き、かん、き、年、節、五、在、六、末、三、積、約、下、き、と、で、百、の、一つ、が、分、間、い、間. All right. And okay, so wait, which one was it? It was this one. Which oh, surface in this case. And oh, messed up all. Omote. Omote, that's, you gotta chalk it up to rote memory for this one. It might actually be our only omote, right? And then we have think and contemplate. Contemplate? Wait. No. I guess. Oh, am I thinking? Yeah. No. Yeah. And I lost think somewhere in the ether. Chi. Okay, so which is still thought and idea, but I want to stick to ideology. Like thought, idea. I lost this, and there are no other references for she. Not yet. Hence why it's difficult. And then we have try. Try plus mi and ru, koko miru. Try. Whoops, wait. Recorder. Yeah, kokoro miru. To try to do something. And yet, this one is also true. It's the only read we have. So all three of these are only reads. So it's fairly clear that there's not enough association or overlap. We try to iterate, right? Try to reproduce. And another way is to have more exposure. If they don't get reinforced, they don't get reinforced. Right? That's kind of how that works. But overall, you can kind of get the sense of what it is in context in a sentence. So that's what we'll have to trust. All right, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. Maybe you're gonna watch this later. Arigato gozaimasu. Always feel free, welcome to follow along or stop on by if you're using WaniKani or any other form of SRS. Would love to exchange some ideas and discuss things, you know, share experiences, maybe vicarious experiences. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第139天。It's day 139. Business as usual. Kind of rough yesterday. You know, there hasn't been an update for a while. Kind of curious. What's happening in the dev front? Are they cooking something? Cooking up something? Alright. Getting to our lessons.
按照
Let's press right? Press 要 that was summons, illuminate. So 按照 press illuminate according to. You illuminate a piece of evidence that's on the table and press down on it with your finger and say according to this. Okay, I can kind of see that. That's pretty good. 按照按照计划今天我们要去爬山。
按照计划，明天我们要去爬山。
按照法式，他应该受到punished 按照法律it's 法律 yeah like 律师 right 法律 what is that 惩罚 punish 惩罚 okay 按照定规定okay regulations
按照
呢 bam okay
判断
oh we're getting into some interesting vocabulary 判断 alright 判 was the slashy yep okay so judge break to break judgment or to have a judgment break when you deliver a judgment about something you break apart the matter and judge it carefully okay yeah so ends up being judged interesting break up the matter and I got you 我的判断是正确的 correct authentic correct okay 我的判断是正确的你判断错了 correct okay 他判断力很强很强
他判断力很强。
not getting the ang and the eng quite from off of ch or t to consistently 很强 his judgment powers or abilities are strong. The force is strong with this.
判断广播
makes sense. We're doing the broadcasting and we're doing it extensively. To broadcast in the full sense is to broadcast in an extensive audience. Yes. 广播，我每天晚上读英文读新闻新闻广播我们3分钟后开始广播 make sense 停止广播 yep. Honestly I maybe a feature request is to after a certain time you can toggle. I wonder if you can toggle this. I feel like you can probably toggle this into that. So it could be like a click response. So this stuff would be masked. And then when you click on this, it would just show. I gotta look in the settings. I feel like this might be something that is already in there. I don't usually use this anymore. So in fact, it would be kind of nice to remove this or like place this out and have these characters larger. Like it makes larger space. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an option already in the settings. I should go look. This evening sometime.
广播，
广播
温暖，
温暖 The temperature is warm. It's warm. 今天天气温暖的圈 no 温暖和圈 no 如圈 yeah 如圈 as warm as spring yeah warm like spring 温暖的来客温暖的来客 oh no 夹克 wait a minute 夹克 oh yeah 来 has yes 夹克
温暖，订单，
to order list to order in order is to list of things you want to order. Yes, order form, that's fine. Order list, is it order list? Okay. 订单 订单 OK 接到订单后30分钟后会送that's it 送达 OK 送达接到订单后30分钟30我 forgot 的是30分钟后会送达 OK yeah 下订单 which is just to place the order. Okay, that's fine.
订单，
对，
按照， 判断，
判断。
温暖，
温暖。
广播，
广播。What? Oh, whoops. Missed the final.
订单，
Candy, 糖果. It's a very specific type of thing too, but okay, 糖果. I mean candy and sweets, but 糖果 is a very specific 糖果. 你想吃的 piece 糖果吗？你想吃颗糖果吗？一包 I wonder if this tone changes. 一包糖果 Nope. Okay. Oh, actually, it might be a
一包糖果，
一包糖果 No, fine.
糖果，
How did the tongue work? Yep, okay.
伟大，
伟大 伟大 It's great. Still great. Great describes something that's considered great and is definitely a big deal. Great. That type of great. 伟大的伟大的文学天才 Ooh, 天才 I haven't seen that in a while. Genius 天才伟大的历史时代 that's a period of time. A great and then historical. Yeah, great historical period. Yep, makes sense. With the duh for characterization.
伟大，
伟大
直播，
直播 Yep. Straight broadcast or just live broadcasts. It's still live broadcast. Live streaming. 直播 Okay. 他在网络上 Really? 他在网络上直播游戏 right 游戏 I mean that's pretty apt. We could say like 我在网络 interesting 网路 not 网路上 interesting 网路 or internet 网路上直播游戏 Wait, do I have yes 我习惯看他的直播 makes sense 喜欢 oh not go on 喜欢看 interesting 喜欢 kind of like a contraction 直播网站。网站。OK，
直播，按时，
按时。You run up to a button to check in to work and press it at the right time. Confetti comes out from the ceiling and a voice says, "Congratulations, you are on time." Okay. 按时到 I just saw this 到爸 I don't remember. 打 okay. 到达 I should be better at 打按时到达请按时完成这份工作 Please on time finish this counter work. Please complete this work on time. Okay. 你的按时吃药 you act of on time eating medicine or taking medicine. You must take your medicine. Yeah. Oh, that's a way to. Oh, okay. Or must. Some sort of urgency. Interesting.
按时，
按时
口香糖，
口香糖口香糖 Okay. Chewing gum is a strip of chewy sugar that you put in your mouth often to make your breath more pleasantly fragrant. Yes. Mint. I do not know you, mint. There's some cicadas. Flower, cicada, and spray. We'll go with something like an ang, like say 江河. Let's just say 江河口香糖. Nope. 薄荷. That's still 荷. Interesting. 薄荷 mint. 薄荷口香糖一包口香糖Okay.
口香糖，
香糖 Okay.
糖果，
苹果
按时，
按时
直播，
直播
伟大，
伟大
口香糖，
口香糖 Alright, we're getting to the
暖气
characters. 暖气 a heater? Warm air. Oh, this could be a little bit of a... I could misinterpret this. Okay. A heater makes the air around it warm, yes. Or warm air. Oh, interesting. 暖气. 打开暖气. Got it. 暖气片. A slice? A heater slice? Oh, a radiator. Interesting. Got you. 我们家有暖气. Implying central heating. Okay.
暖气，内乱，
内乱. Internal chaos. Civil strife, civil disorder, domestic turmoil. Maybe like internal conflict. I don't know. There's quite a lot of a country experiencing internal strife when the land and public within it are in a state of chaos and discontent. Yes. 这个国家正在经历内乱. This country right now is experiencing internal strife. Oh, yes, that works. Or the country, I suppose. Sure. 国家的 something thing 受到内乱的 something something. 国家的稳定 is stability. 稳定受到内乱的威胁 threaten 威胁 rate and some. Oh no, that's not great. That's two different things. I don't know. All right. Okay. 内乱
内乱，定位，
定位 to make reservations. This is we have legacy for 定位. 我今天打电话给餐厅定位. Me today. I today called restaurants to make reservations. Right. 在网上定位. Make a reservation online. Okay.
定位，新，
yeah, that's relative, all right. Indeed. Kirby is in front of the infirmary. Go on. Where he is being visited by some relatives. They all look like him. Very Kirby. In different colors. By different colors, yes. And give him some miniature trees. Where is the tree? Okay. Trees as a visiting gift. Hoping he gets better soon. A walking eye comes up and starts annoying him. Actually, there are walking eyeballs in Kirby's lore. So I specifically know, I don't even know what those characters are called. The ones that are just basically a walking eyeball. Hang on. Walking eyeball in Kirby. What are they called? What are the walking eyeballs in Kirby called? A Waddle-Doo. Yeah, they're actually quite literally walking eyeballs, or figuratively, I guess. Figurative, but literally in the sense that they are walking eyeballs, but they're figurative things. You know, Waddle-Doos. A walking eyeball comes in and starts annoying him. So he calls the infirmary guard over to get the walking eyeball to stop annoying him and his relatives. Interesting. But one of his relatives could be a walking eyeball. Who knows? What'll do? Okay. I think this is fine. This is pretty good. I like it. There's a Qing. I could get it mixed up, I guess. Get it mixed. Yeah. Yeah. Chichioya, right? Chichioya. Fuqing. Chichioya. Ahaoya. Muqing. Muqing. Qing. Ye. Or Qingdie. Biological. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, hey. I didn't realize dear was standard. Yeah. Dear is another way. Do I say that sometimes? I say that sometimes. What dear? Qingdie. Relatives. Oh. Qingqi, maybe. The kiss. Qingwen, maybe. It's so hard to see the difference, like because of the slashing patterns, to see the difference between tone 1 marker and a 3 with the resolution.
Xing.
Yep, got it. Kirby, I got you. Guan. A pipe. Yes. In fact, is this the one in... Is this the same Guan in names? Okay, Goofy is in the basement of the pawn shop where he works, where everyone works. The bureaucrats is asking for a pipe for some official business. Goofy digs out a piece of bamboo and hands it over to the bureaucrat. It's practically a pipe. Kind of resourceful. Not as clumsy as Goofy would. And maybe the bureaucrat was somewhat satisfied with the bamboo pipe. They really were referring to like a... we'll see how well that... It's kind of hard to settle Goofy. Okay, pipe. Guandao. Xie Guan. Yeah, Xie Guan. Makes sense. Drinking straw. Interesting. Really? Xi... Can't tell. Xi Guan. Guan Xia. Okay. Not the same Guan.
Guan.
Guan. Okay.
Xing.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to talk about it.
内乱。
What? Whoops.
定位。 暖气。 管。
Okay. Right. Alright. Life. They went straight to life. Okay. Ming. Do we have fate? Oh, we do have fate. Alright, that's fine. Ming. Alright, Mickey Mouse is back in the house. Mickey Mouse is in the bathroom of the English Manor. Seems like we find Mickey Mouse in English Manor most of the time. Underneath the marble sink, right, the expensive marble sink, he finds a glove. Sure, that he puts a magic postage stamp on. It comes to life. It runs around the bathroom as Mickey Mouse runs for his life to try to catch the glove that has come to life after a special postage stamp was placed on it. Okay. I can see the whimsy in it. It can also get mixed up with like Harry Potter and Dumbledore and Gandalf though. Guess we'll see. Shen Ming. Life. Ming Yuan. To carry fate, maybe? Or just destiny. Wei Taming. Yeah. Wei Taming. Yeah, Wei Taming. Yep. Heard that before. Zhiming. It's actually really not only vitamins. It's used quite a lot for other assortment of supplements. Mingling. Orders. Interesting.
命义
Yi. Oh, justice. Justice is complicated. Ooh, we have a handsaw. Okay, handsaw and sheep, huh? Okay, Yoshi is in the bathroom of the house where he has found a sheep. The sheep is dying and has a handsaw stuck into its back. Its blood stains his wool and runs all over the bathroom tile. The sheep asks Yoshi to find the infamous sheep killer and to bring it to justice. Yoshi eats the handsaw and pops it out into an egg as the first piece of evidence in his search for justice. Okay. I mean... Man, Mario lore has gone really dark. Alright. I thought maybe it'd be like a somewhat like a comical Nintendo friendly scene where Yoshi is being Yoshi really wants to go to the bathroom, but he's confronted by a sheep that has a handsaw that's holding his own personal toilet hostage. So he's trying to take care of this form of injustice. But, all right, give it hands out. I think I'm not going to aggressively change things if it sticks. Zhang Yi makes sense. Zhang Yi. Duty. Yi Wu. Justice task. Duty. Yi. Idea and justice. Significance. Chivalry. Jia. Derogatory meaning. Wow, that escalated. We went from chivalry to derogatory meaning. Alright.
义 打
Da. Oh wait, there's da. To attain. Okay, we have obtain too. Honestly, I actually know the difference between attain and obtain. Attain and obtain both mean to acquire, but they have slightly different connotations. Attain typically implies reaching a goal or level, often through effort or skill, and often used for intangible achievements. Obtain, on the other hand, means to gain possession of something. It's often for tangible objects. That does explain how the feeling works. Yeah, that does be that way. Dracula is inside the auditorium. Go on. Dressed to the nines. I don't know what that means. Must be a turn of phrase. I'm not familiar. Dressed to the nines. Dressed to the nines mean to be dressed in the most elegant. I mean, that's kind of what it's implying in this context, but it suggests a high level of attention to. Oh, interesting. Dressed to the nines. Dressed to the nines, looking to attain his next victim. Oh, okay. He takes some magic soil from his pocket and drops it on the ground. Suddenly a bunch of sheep bursts in from outside, and one can see even more coming down the distant road. All of the audience members are stunned, and Dracula hits one over the head and begins to drag it to the corner so he can drink some blood. Objective attained. The sheep? Or the audience? Kind of looks like it's referring to the audience members. Okay, a sheep. Alright, an elaborate sheep distraction. Attain the next victim. Alright. Got you, I got you. I mean, that's what vampires do, right? Biao da, to express. To attain expression. To express. 直达 non-stop, attain straight non-stop. Like it feels like to achieve at this point. 雷达 rain and rice field. Radar. Oh, 雷达 oh my gosh, heckin', it's like chocolate. Radar. Alright. Radar. I wonder if they're gonna add like GPS. GPS. Or something like that. What would be the S part? GP. Like it could be GP, GPS. How do you get S? All right. Anyways.
打
Right. Auditorium. Soil. Rush in. Bonk. Okay. Yes.
归
Gui. Hey, we got Gui. Things are lining up. So Gui regulations. Okay. Oh boy, 2 Goofies in a row. Okay, so Goofy is in front of the beach house on the bay getting a tan. Fair enough. A walking eye and a groom. Oh, that's cool. Approach him to say he cannot do that. It is against regulations because they are to have a ceremony later on the bay. Goofy ignores him and continues on despite regulations. Okay, Goofy is just being an impediment. Alright. A walking eye and a groom. You know what I think when I think of walking eye? I think of the... I forgot the guy's name, but the walking eyeball in Monster Rancher. The bouncing eye, more like the hopping eye. Okay. Alright. We'll see how that works. Oh. Gui Ding. Determined regulations, norm, way. Oh, modeled regulation, norm. Interesting. Way fun. Ooh. Way Got nothing. Way Ju. Got nothing. Okay.
规
Oh, pardon me. Fatigue is kind of setting in. Okay. We had a really fun. There was a lot of yap yesterday. Private yap. Private yap. Just yap with the peeps until very late. Okay.
玉
Yeah. We have a ceremonial mace and a page. Yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh. Yugi is in the bathroom of his house, carrying a ceremonial mace that one of his cards gave him. Sure. He prepares to enter the bathtub, but in advance, he wraps his ceremonial mace in a special preservative page so that it does not get dirty as he puts it gently on the bath tile. Okay, that's fair. He's just chilling. Maybe have some artifact from his cards, you know, the ceremonial mace. It's protected from getting splashed while he's like chilling, trying to relax, having good soak. All right, beforehand, in advance. All right. A forecast. 预报. Oh, report. So in advance report forecast makes sense. UT calculate beforehand, expected. Nice. Yeah. No, yeah, but it's not pull and thread, so practice from Japanese. No. Promise. In advance promise in an appointment. That's actually kind of like a sorted out. Yeah. 预测 what the no omen. I got nothing. But that is a turtle shell though. But we don't have a standing turtle shell.
玉
Okay. Okay. All right. There's something so visceral about imagining the scenes. There's such a ritual involved. I think that this is sorely, it's very sorely lacking in the WaniKani department though. Things are visible, but they're also not, that the routine is not consistent in one. There's like constant like idiosyncrasy, so you have to try harder, obviously, which can lead to better, which could lead to more retention. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I see it.
命
I see it. Okay.
龟 义 打
Mm-hmm.
玉
Okay. Tomorrow is gonna be interesting. All right, 136. The numbers keep going up. Okay. Let's try to lock in. Okay. Mm-hmm.
技术
他的技术还不错。
Oh, technique skill. Japanese.
消失
他突然消失了。
他突然消失了。
带气候
这里的气候很不错。
Oops. That's not bad.
美术
美术学院
色图
It's still a diagram. Fine. I might even put like a drawing. Right. Good enough.
吃饱
我吃饱了。
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
矿
Mm-hmm.
互联网
他们使用互联网来销售产品。
Whoops. Wrong tone.
困苦
战争时，他们的生活相当困苦。
Oh, wrong tone.
难受
我的胃很难受。
球鞋
你的球鞋在哪里？
写像干杯
为友谊干杯。
如此
情况就是如此。
好玩
我们的旅行很好玩。
Oh.
画，真的，
兔子真的很可爱。
租金，
每月租金1500元。
该，迷信，
你有什么迷信吗？
哟。
手，
Oh. Um. Oh no. I don't. Oh. Okay.
腿，成，
Tienhatsu. Oh no, that's not Tienhatsu. That's Hatsu is a gate. Uh.
天际，
在遥远的天际，
风水，
风水先生，
Oops. I thought wrong. 1-4 mix up.
水饺，
水饺是一种中国传统食品。
It certainly is, especially for the Fujianese area. Or the Fuzhou dumplings. Oh no.
阴天，
今天是阴天，没有太阳。
手套，
这两只手套不配对。
That was a problem before. I just blanked on that before.
理由，
你有什么理由不来上班？
切，营房，
我们必须返回营房。
Wait, what did I do? What did I? Oh, I do that quite often actually. Huh. Oh no. What is that? Okay. I think I'm okay.
弄错，
你弄错了，
Crises averted.
食物，
我们没有食物。
雨，
What the? Wait. What I screwed up? Wait, I'm not. It's probably if I mixed up. No? I'm gonna have to look at that again. Oh no, that's okay though. I don't have to talk. No necessary. No obligation.
南极
None.
南极的温度是-35°C。
支持
谢谢你的支持。
饿死
他饿死了。
首脑
他是这个国家的首脑。
So what happened here? Why? Oh.
结合
理论与实践相结合。
Yeah. That's fine. I wrote the wrong. That's what happened. Okay.
团结
团结对敌。
I into a group. Unite. You managed to set aside an hour and a half to watch a movie a few days ago? Ooh, what did you watch? What did you end up watching? Oops. That's T. I'm doing cool because it's not cool. It's not cool. Just don't do cool. Wait, what did cool look like? Oh, right.
乐器
这件乐器来自中国。
北极
圣诞老人住在北极。
Columbus released in 2017, you think? Columbus. I need to. Is it the... Oh, interesting. I have not seen this. Oh, interesting. It has an indie film with John Cho. That's an interesting. The last time I watched a thing that featured John Cho was actually the Cowboy Bebop like Netflix live action show. And Haley Lou Richardson, huh? Architecture scholar. Interesting. What were your thoughts about it? A Midwestern film. Huh. Asian American. Intriguing. I'll have to make a note of that.
成绩
特殊的成绩。
Or grade, yeah. Kind of interesting, but slow. You're not used to slow movies? I see. What kind of movies do you typically watch? It does sound like a slow movie. Have you watched A Beautiful Mind before? Russell Crowe? Or Good Will Hunting? Columbus kind of, just looking at the synopsis kind of reminds me of things like that. Maybe the Benedict Cumberbatch one. Hang on. The Imitation Game. Imitation Game, A Beautiful Mind, Good Will Hunting. Maybe they usually do like talk about like a scholarly person, and they tend to be like somewhat semi-autobiographical or inspired by a true story kind of situation. Tan, okay.
胃、黑板、
黑板上的字，
What prompted you to watch Columbus? It's kind of like things down my alley, actually. There's one that is, this one, some of these are pretty, espresso depresso, but there's also the Electrical Life of Louis Wayne as well, which also had Benedict Cumberbatch. You haven't seen any of those. You typically watch whatever your friends take you to at the theaters, so when you watch something on your own, it's usually something random. Ah, so is this when you're watching with your friends, or is this something you randomly watch? Which one is it? Because I don't, if you don't normally watch this, then maybe it's your friends. You pick Columbus because it was relatively short. Oh, a short film. Let me see. What is the runtime on Columbus? An hour and 40 minutes? Okay. So things that are less than 2 hours. Possibly. Interesting. Yeah, just looking at some of these screening shots and synopsis. What about Aviator? There's also Aviator, Leonardo DiCaprio, reprising the role of a famous aviation person, the Aviator. There's quite a lot of these types of films. It was something on your own. I see. There are quite a lot of these films. These type of films, I would say, it certainly takes a cup of tea. You know, it's an acquired taste. Oh, there is comedy in here though. It is written as comedy / romance. Interesting. These ones, I think it's if one is becomes increasingly like interested in other people, like the portrayal of people, these movies are quite a genre in themselves. So I actually watch quite a lot of these, especially ones that are semi-autobiographical, where they're based or inspired by someone that history has known. Like Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer would be a very relevant one that would really be like a cinema related, and at the same time the whole center person quite famous but distraught and whatnot. So Oppenheimer would be the 2023 film Oppenheimer, Christopher Nolan's movie. Trying to think of maybe a couple more, and they come in wild flavors. Oppenheimer is the longest movie you've seen. Oh, you've seen Oppenheimer. Oh, it's the longest movie you've seen. What is Oppenheimer's runtime? 3 hours? Yeah, I think the longest film I've seen was probably Lord of the Rings extended, like one of the Lord of the Rings extended. All of them probably extended runtime is greater than 3 hours. Hold up. Lord of the Rings runtime extended, but it's the total runtime is 9 hours and 3 minutes. Actually, maybe not. I think they're all like less. Most of them are less than 3 hours. Intriguing. Yeah, Oppenheimer's Oppenheimer's long. I think one of the longest films, I didn't watch this, is probably the German film, the black and white German film, Das Boot. Let me see. Das Boot. Runtime. I haven't seen it. I thought about, oh no, it's not. It's actually relatively short. 3 hours is very long. What the heck? I haven't seen Oppenheimer myself, so I've been meaning to get on that. But Oppenheimer. Yeah. You don't know if you could sit through a 3-hour movie again, but I'm sure there's something out there, right? I'm sure there's got to be something out there that strikes your fancy for 3 hours. That's pretty impressive. You can always watch the movie in 3 1-hour sessions. Did they have an intermission during Oppenheimer? I feel like they would have like a midway intermission in a movie theater. That used to be a thing in many like theater works and performances. They would have like an intermission for long productions. You were like, you know, take a bathroom break. Everyone, audience, like take a break in the middle. Like everyone just agrees to take a break. Actually, how long was Gangs of New York? Gangs of New York runtime was quite long. 2 hours and 47 minutes. Okay, probably my longest is either one of the Lord of the Rings films or Gangs of New York. 2 hours and 47 minutes. Intriguing. No intermission, you just watched it on a plane because you were super bored. Oh, on a plane. You watched Columbus on a plane. What were your other choices? I want to be perfectly clear here. When you're on a plane and you're like exploring a category, I feel like I think you're very true to your word when you say you usually just do something random, because not every day do you just peruse a plane profile and some like Columbus seems good, let's watch Columbus, or let's watch, oh wait, you saw it in Oppenheimer, sorry, Oppenheimer on a plane, sorry, like it's like, oh okay, well man, your plane flight was more than 3 hours of constant. Interesting. Were you traveling overseas? Neat. Oppenheimer on a plane. I haven't traveled on a plane in a while. I don't even know what the catalogs look like on a plane anymore. Perhaps one day soon. Oh, that's not that. Dollhouse. Oops.
嗨，海底，
海底资源丰富。
What do you and your friends watch? There were a ton of Finnish movies because it was a Finnish airline and you were on a school-funded trip to Italy. Oh, I see. That's cool. A school-funded trip to Italy. You definitely don't hear that too often. Just straight up, all right. Finnish Airlines off to Italy. Is that close or far from where you are? Or where you were? Close.
希望，
我希望我的朋友成功。多媒。Whoops. I typoed on a 3 and a 2.
骑马，
他骑马上班。
眼皮，
我的眼皮很重。
Yeah, you did mention you were trying to watch more films or things. You got a list growing? Do you have a list of anything
the flight was over 10 hours and you're from the US. Ah, okay. Wow, 10 hours. And then you just have a school trip to Italy. Man. Sounds like a nice school. I didn't travel anytime outside of the one time. And that was a study abroad program. That doesn't mean the stuff didn't exist. I'm pretty sure some of my classmates and coworkers went abroad for like a trip. I don't think it happened for me. Actually, because I guess I was more of a just stay put kind of guy when I was younger. What do we have here?
Shan.
Oh, that's disperse.
多媒体
学校里有一个专门的多媒体教室。
You could probably reword it. The school is associated with a company that takes students on trips, you think? You don't know, it's hard to explain. That's even more interesting. So now you have a school associated with a company? Huh. Intriguing. Intriguing. Huh. That's really neat. Opportunities. Really excellent opportunity. Did you like Italy? What did you do in Italy? I had I think the closest school trip was like to Canada. And that was because of the performing arts. We're performing. What the heck are you? A buffalo? Again, trellis.
补
Tie into a group. Yeah, lots of things that deal with tie just doesn't come out too well. Yeah, to unite. Oh, I knew it would. I should have thought about it a little longer. That's a terrible typo. Oh no, that's a weapon. It was super fun. You're very lucky to have been. It's the only country besides the US that you've been to. You were a guide and toured. You were with a guide and toured a city a day, mainly Venice and Florence. I see. That sounds lovely. I don't think no, I haven't ever been to any part of Europe. Or actually, interesting enough, I have not been to any continent. Yeah, no continent. I've been to an island. I mean, I guess you could call it a continent. Technically, all continents are bordered by water, but the only place outside of the North American continent was New Zealand. Maybe one day. Maybe one day we'll mock up the... Do you like traveling?
San 值得
那部电影值得去看吗？
Oh, 拍手. Uh,
拍手，武器，
非常有效的武器。
哀，望，朝，
you would travel, your family could afford it. You have to focus on college these days, and we don't have a ton of extra money for life like that, unfortunately. That sounds about right. Right. School. That does check out. It was largely the same concerns. I had the same concerns when we were younger. Actually, the most exciting things happened without traveling during my childhood. You know, my parents started a business, then business became more of a improved living situation. Then living situation led from like going from lower middle class to upper middle class. So over that entire lifespan took like 20 years. Then basically it was largely education for most part. You're in college. What are you in college for? What are you studying?
机票，
一张飞往台北的机票。
连环，
连环漫画。
连环。
为，
Okay. Oh. Huh. I'll have to think.
没，停，孔，切片，
土豆切片后用油炸。
美术馆，
台北美术馆。
冬，春假，
春假开始了。
表格，
请填这张表格。
表格. The pattern of expression. 表格. You're thinking of majoring in science like biology or chemistry, maybe even engineering, but you haven't decided yet. You're trying to knock out general education classes in the meantime. That's a solid way of going about it. You know, maybe you end up in general education could potentially inspire some more clarity on that. It's not every day that someone would say biology, chemistry, or engineering. I think for every person I've asked, or shared, I would say computer science majors greatly outnumber or are self-selected very strongly in my day-to-day conversations with prospective university students and or currently attending university students.
母鸡，
那只母鸡下了100多个蛋。
What do you have for general education right now? I actually have lots of fond memories with general education. I actually refer to them a lot nowadays.
需求，
市场的需求，
需求。对。Whoops.
程度，
努力的程度，
力的程度。Instruction, petition degree, a perdition degree. I don't know what I'm thinking of at the moment. What the heck is this? Confetti with... oh.
树木，
不要损坏树木。
Excuse me? Oh. Wait. Excuse me? A 1-4.
街，
Oh my... I missed the Q button. I don't want to talk about it.
跳，西边，
太阳落在西边，
Oh, we're just west side. West side is fine.
原始，
原始资料，
Since this summer you're only taking one class, ethnic studies, but in the fall you'll be taking English, biology, political science, and one more, but you forgot. Probably gen education requirements in art of some sort. So maybe like creative writing, some sort of music theory, either music, arts, a language. Often our general education requirements, some sort of art. That's kind of a thing. Perhaps. Outside of political science. Political science, yeah, definitely failed. My political, quote-unquote, like, science of that nature was sociology. I took sociology. And then, like, instead of, like, philosophy or something, I took logical systems. And then psychology. Psychology, classic English literature. British literature, music theory, music history, modern empire building. There are quite a lot of general education stuff. And then I took Spanish. 2 semesters of Spanish. Yeah. What are the gen eds? You go to the liberal arts college? You took language a while ago, Japanese, and you almost failed, but you pulled through. Unfortunately, it kind of killed your drive to learn Japanese. Is it different now? Like, you can always do it at your leisure. At your leisure. I still kept most of my Spanish. Well, it appears. It's been 20 years since I visited, so looking like just chucking along through Duolingo Spanish seems like it's there. I'm a, you know, Asian, right? Asian Fs, gotta avoid the Asian Fs. So after at least up to undergrad, I try to avoid the Asian F. So seems like most of the stuff sticks. The Asian F. Japanese. I didn't get a chance. I don't think Japanese was a course. So Spanish. I took Spanish in high school as well. So it naturally led to a choice of Spanish in college to fulfill general education requirements. I would have taken a film class if film existed. The liberal arts college that I went to had a specialty in music, so I took music history instead. And then we took like creative writing, and then psychology and sociology is some of the stuff that I've used most of my life. Language learning for you is in a weird spot. You were interested in German for quite some time, but you lost intrigue recently. Now you open Duolingo and try out random for fun to see what sticks. That's a great way to use Duolingo. Like just vibe out a random language, and you already have prior experiences, like academic wise and other things, to be proactive on top of the vibing. Yeah, like try to fill out something. Recently I've been playing Clair Obscur, and lately on my YouTube feed there are a bunch of French people, like French speaking people, who do commentary when they're watching. So I watch some of these clips and I just like the way they sound now because of Clair Obscur, and I'm like, man, I'm kind of vibing with French. Although obviously piling on things require some discipline. Generally speaking, yeah, Romance languages are incredibly comforting. They're very comforting, instant vibes when you listen to them. Yeah, this guy, he was talking about, he was reacting to a scene in Clair Obscur. So you have I have already the context of what he's trying to express, and the way he was saying it in French. After I think I spent a good 50 hours listening to French lines because of the game. Like, you just get so used to it. It almost feels like I've forgotten that I played it in French. I hope there will be like Spanish games, or I think that's kind of a great way to fill out a language. Integrate it with something that you're already doing to fill it out before dedicating or committing yourself to something. I can't divorce myself from like Chinese or Japanese. That happens every day. I hear Chinese and Japanese every single day of my life. So it's not really much of a big leap to spend time learning some. You get that. What's your reason for learning these languages? They've been part of my life since I formed my first words. So I guess the one thing is, why learn the language formally now? I have time. That's probably it. Actually, the very last thing is, I kind of had this impression that you might have caught that one of my biggest projects that I do are Like a Dragon games. And if you understand the history of the Like a Dragon games, since Like a Dragon 8 or Infinite Wealth, Sega has 3 dubbing casts. They have a Japanese, Chinese, and English cast. And that was the last time. That was when I started the thing. So I play Like a Dragon games in all 3 languages. And Spanish is Spanish. United States. You grow up, Spanish is Spanish. Unless, I mean, I'm gonna slow clap if Sega's like, nah. All right, now we have to hit all 4 macro languages in the gaming community. Let's add Spanish cast to it, because if you're thinking about the 3 largest, like, Americanized sort of internet exposure, it would be Spanish, and English actually, and then Chinese is kind of roped off, but they went and did it anyways. So it's one of the few languages. That's why I also play Clair Obscur, because it was dubbed in French and English. I like playing games in multiple languages. I actually like watching movies and anime and stuff in multiple languages, like multiple times. So that's what I kind of do most of the time. But that's what the fancy kids nowadays call immersion learning. But that's not what I call immersive learning. That's passive consumption. So now I've taken an active role in learning. But yeah, Chinese, Japanese, Mandarin, Cantonese, as well as Spanish, along with occasional German, Italian, and French, have been part of watching movies, watching shows, being around people. I spent most of my adult life, like when I left the nest, I spent most of my adult life with people who speak different languages and have different accents. Like my coworkers were Indian, French, Italian. My classmates were like 3 Chinese internationals, like 5 people with different regional American accents, several American, like Asian Americans that are from different places, Korean, maybe no Japanese, but Korean, Vietnamese, and Chinese. So accents and stuff, that has been my social norm. And my parents do not use English in the household. So even for my first 18 years of life, I typically maintain a language that is not written anymore, or a dialect of Chinese that's not written. So I have to rely on the good old ears. So on the one hand, I certainly can write a lot of English and whatnot, but on the other hand, I practice language in a way that I have to rely on my listening skills. So that's a very long story, slightly shorter, about the whole language thing. Oh yeah, you love that series? You're only on Yakuza 3. Oh boy, 3. But you have played a bit of Judgment and 7, I see. That's a great reason to learn. You think Japanese would be the most useful for you because you consume a lot of JP media? Yeah. So here's the thing. I'm not sure how you make your decision. Oftentimes, I think that if you're looking at life skill developments, the life skill developments are definitely things that it can be very difficult to adjust if you're changing your lifestyle to match something. But it's often great if you already have the lifestyle to match it. And if you're already consuming a lot of Japanese media, making like even the smallest changes that allow you to be active with your Japanese media, you're going to do that anyways. So like picking up one word here and there off your media, well, if you do it every day, by the end of 1 year, you're going to have 365 words. That's a lot of words. I'm just saying. So the reason why I say this is I think oftentimes when it comes to language learning, especially people in a weird spot not particularly you, but other people, they start to learn language, but they don't have commitments to achieving the lifestyle of the language. So what I mean by that is they hope to learn a language to get a lifestyle that they want, and that can be a very, very difficult task. However, it's very different for individuals who already have a lifestyle that can support the exposure to language. Like, one thing that some of these people have ever given me an impression about is that they would say things like, "Oh, don't worry. You better make sure you don't mess this up because you're gonna develop a bad habit, and that bad habit is gonna ruin your language learning skills or something. Oh, and don't forget to listen to a lot of different languages because you want to listen to native content and stuff." That's the kind of thing that often comes from someone who is picking up a lifestyle and they want to make that part of their lifestyle. So I often encounter this type of difference between people. And for myself, that's why it was very difficult to answer what my reasons are for learning these languages, because they were already part of my life for a very long time, for as long as I can remember. I think it's also very difficult to know what language I formed my first sentence in, because there were 4 languages before I formed my first sentence. So it's very difficult. However, I think when it comes to decision making, people see language learning as a hobby and it can turn into a lifestyle. I think anime, manga, as some people feel like it's not serious enough. Making your actions be active one day at a time, since you're already doing it, makes the process very much more approachable. Like every time you pick up a video game, if you add one word to your Anki deck, for example, that's one word that will be very important to you. I feel there are a lot of people who think that they can be something that they're not overnight. And that's one of them. That the idea is that, oh yeah, one day I'll be fluent in Japanese. Like, well, that can be true, but what are you doing now? Like, are you enjoying the things you're doing now? Are you doing them habitually because you're not dependent on being happy when you reach a goal? You're happy because you get to do it. Oh, and by the way, Yakuza 3, did you start chronologically? I actually before I started this like language learning journey like a year and a half ago, before that, the first project was to play all of the Like a Dragon games. So we started at Yakuza 0, and I consecutively played back to back to back for the next 7 months. And then the 7 months lined up with the release of Ninja Gaiden, Like a Dragon Gaiden. And then Gaiden led to the February release last year, 2024, of Infinite Wealth. And then Infinite Wealth led to just this year in February, Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. So we're keeping that. That's the longest series that we're working on. You started with 0, then Kiwami and Kiwami 2, and then now you have Yakuza 3 remastered. Yeah, Yakuza 3 is interesting. What's my favorite RPG game? Probably the most recent one that I played, Jack. That's Pirate Yakuza. It's based on recency, because whatever happens in the current RPG game is relevant to all of the stuff in the past, right? So like when you play Yakuza 0 and you play Kiwami 1, all of Yakuza 0 is relevant to Kiwami 1. I think it's probably a lot, let's say would be a lot more of an appropriate question when you're asking like a Final Fantasy game or something, because they're not like necessarily linked together. Yeah, I usually pick the most recent because when I play the latest game, I will refer to all the games before it. Like the way I love games, at least the Like a Dragon game, is that they build on top of each other. It's very different if you ask me something like, what's my favorite things that won't be recent are things that I don't do recently. For example, what is my favorite Souls game? Well, I only played one Souls game, so that's a very interesting way to answer it. It would be like Dark Souls 1 because there's no other choices. So it would be very direct and fairly easy. Unfortunately, when it comes to RGG, we played all of them except for Ishin. So Ishin is Ishin. I think it's Ishin actually. Ishin is the only one that I haven't played. And then the ones that I can't play, like I'm unable to play because they're not available. Like the Dead Souls. I did not get a chance to play Dead Souls. Maybe they'll remaster it. Who knows? So I'm excited. I will play every game from henceforth. Largely because it's involved in language learning. Jack. Excellent question though. You need to remaster Kuro. They need to you want to play that one? Kuroyo. Which one is Kuroyo? Oh yeah, true. There is that. Yeah, there is that too. Yeah, I understand. I found out what you mean. I technically didn't play the other game too, which is available. Oh no. They are involved in other games, but not like properly involved in it. Like for example, like the Fist of the North Star related things. Kind of. They have a new game coming out. They have a new series coming out. Did you see the trailers? Bill? Jack? They have a new game coming out. It got teased. And it looks like they might not be in Dragon Engine. Yeah, Project Century. Aren't you excited? We get a period piece. Japanese period piece. I'm excited about that. I mean, secretly, I was hoping that they do more. They like take it to here's my like quote unquote wet dream. Here's my wet dream for Sega, for RGG. They're like, nah. GTA what? Hold my beer, and they go straight to New York City. Or they pick somewhere there's a little Tokyo in the United States. I would be up for that, because there are places where within the scope of the geography they can truncate it and move between a Chinatown, a little Tokyo, a little Seoul in the United States. So they can still use their structure, their classical like RGG structure, but they can choose a Chinatown, a proximal. There are states in the United States that have all three. Little Seoul, Little Tokyo, and Chinatown. You could probably pick California. You would probably go to California for that, or New York. And my only thought is that's kind of like a wet dream thing. Bro, an RGG game set in an American state would be awesome. Like, they can structure it. Imagine Yakuza in LA. That'd be crazy. As Chinatown, yeah, Japantown and Koreatown. Exactly. So they can structure, it is possible to structure what they usually do. They want the intersection. They have to maintain their caste, right? And their goals. And that's like the intersection of Japanese, Chinese, and Korean culture. And they already done the American pivot in Hawaii. So I'm looking forward to what they decide. Usually, and you know, you guys know RGG well enough, I imagine. They do the one game, then the game in that same setting, but the next game is number 9. And now we have to brainstorm about what their next location is. Next to Project Century, right? Next to Project Century. But that's not the like a Dragon series. So it's not in a reference to Like a Dragon series. So I'm curious where they're gonna go. Every 2 games they go in and dive hard into a new location. Yeah, I can see California is a really right place to do their similar structure. The structure of picking a Chinatown, a Japantown, and a Koreatown, in order to give their casts that eclectic thing. I absolutely love the cast of the existing Like a Dragon mythos, because it involves in everything. Throw in a Spanish speaker. They technically almost hit Spanish. I'm just saying when they did their Hawaii chapter, right, in the recent Infinite Wealth, it's very difficult to encounter English representation, like Asian American representation, without mixing with Spanish representation. Like the Barracudas that's, you know, Spanish influence. So you can't, like, I really want to see a non-Rockstar take on that type of thing, right? But again, there are geopolitics involved and whatnot, so I respect whatever they do, because their focus often deals with cultural understandings as opposed to pew pew and living a power fantasy. Do you want another Judgment game or a remake of Yakuza 3? I see some people saying that one. All of the above. Well, you're asking hypothetical questions, Jack. Do I want anything? I want everything. Perhaps you're asking me which one I realistically want most, but if you're asking me what I want them to do everything. like a fan, in my opinion, personally, the long story short, a true fan, I'm saying this just to be like a little belligerent. A true fan would want everything. They don't prioritize what they want. Like, there's no I want this more, give me everything. Like, if they decide to release Yakuza 3 with the Dragon engine, sign me up. And then they say, what else do you want? You know, like, it's one of those things when they give you a list. You know, Capcom does this, by the way, every year. Capcom polls their audience to see what they want in the future. For me, I would say, hey guys, if I can control all the bodies of the fans of RGG, I would vote for every single series exactly the same amount, so that RGG is like, well, it looks like we're making all of them. That's what I would do. Although, hear me out, I would love to see Okinawa in Dragon Engine. Like, give me Okinawa. Rikia deserves better. I'm just saying. He needs a swan song. Yeah, you know, like, Okinawa just gets brushed aside so often. The kids get brushed. Hey, okay, Jack, Bill, I'm oh, you're in Yakuza 3 right now. This is all relevant to Yakuza 3. He has 9 kids. I'm just saying. You know? No, RGG, hear me out. He has 9 kids. The next series is Yakuza, Like a Dragon 9. What are the chances that they're gonna go back to Okinawa and just have all the kids be the characters? all 9 of the kids get teased. Actually, it's technically only 4 of the kids get teased because they have like consistent voice actors, but still there are 9 kids, right? I always joke about this. Maybe one day all the games are just 9 of the 9 orphans, right? That's Kiryu's 9 orphans, because Taichi and all of them are grown up now. They're all adults, and they're about the same age. They're about the same age that you start with Kiryu. Kiryu's life and career actually started around that time. So all of them are of that same age now. Like the oldest ones are slightly older than the first time you joined Kiryu in his saga. So, and we're talking about like a separate series, like the non-Casca series. Like the non-Casca series, the Gaiden series can feature Kiryu sagas, kids. In fact, it can just be Casca interacting with Kiryu's kids, and Kiryu can just be chilling, but an extension of Kiryu are the kids. All the kids represent spiritually his legacy. So you can technically quote unquote move on from Kiryu in the mainline series by having Casca, which is basically his young bro. Like if you're talking about passing on batons, Kiryu has literal adopted kids, and then Casca is pretty much his adopted bro. So, I mean, keep it in the family, as they say. That's not what keep it in the family means, but keep it in the family. They all have jobs. They all have 9 kids. I mean, you can't. I'm sorry, a little bit spoilery here, but Haruka has a maintained voice actress. At least 4 of the kids, maybe. Anyways, I talk about this stuff all the time when I'm playing Like a Dragon. So I've already said most of these things in the Like a Dragon series. We'll revisit this. I still have yet to play the Japanese playthrough of Infinite Wealth and Pirate Yakuza. I'm deliberately not playing them until the next game is announced. So then the next game I will be playing the Japanese playthrough of those 2 games in order to line up with the next game. So as a kind of like a review, and so I have all that time until the next game to work on my Japanese beforehand and my Chinese. Because the first thing we'll probably do is play in both. Oh, which by the way, Jack, all of this is recorded, so the entire playthrough is there. Like I've played it's in its series, and we did it in a way that made it so that it lined it up with the achievements and whatnot. So maybe. Oh, which by the way, in July, I'll be playing. There's a DLC that dropped that I still have yet to buy for Steam, but the Dave the Diver had a collaboration with RGG, so they released like a little bit of a DLC where Casca shows up in Dave the Diver, which, I mean, is it a coincidence? I kind of half expected Dave the Diver to collaborate with other people, but it was a very interesting coincidence that they ended up collaborating with RGG, of all things. But Project Sentry, I can't wait. I'm excited. What more do you want? And more and more Japanese. Just work on the Japanese, work on the Chinese, because they're here to stay. And then here's my extra thought. Here's another dream, like, it's not realistically going to happen, but if it does, it's kind of a great thing. Persona games will also feature a Chinese cast. In the future, Persona games and Metaphor, things that come from Studio Zero and P Studio, will also feature 3 casts. That is like a very rare possibility, but it is possible because Sega is the parental owner of Atlas. So you never know. I mean, I would take a Spanish Persona. Sign me up. I have yet to. I want a clear obscure Spanish edition. Like get me. Like the last time I've like really delved into Spanish was probably Assassin's Creed, because Assassin's Creed took place in historical places that either spoke Italian or Spanish, right? And then nowadays the only large production company and developer and publisher that has multiple casts, languages, like you can learn languages doing it, is actually CD Projekt Red. Cyberpunk 2077. In fact, there was a little tease on the creator, teased a little bit on the Cyberpunk 2, Cyberpunk 2077 2. But their game, Cyberpunk 2077, is dubbed in 8 or 9 languages. So I still haven't played Phantom Liberty. So there is a chance I'm going to play through that, and we're going to play it through in Spanish. Because why not? Why not? Of course, I'll again play it through in English or vice versa. I haven't decided what order lately. That's my spiel right now. It's going back to the original Bill's question about what my reasons for language learning. Chinese and Japanese is because I get to play and listen to Like a Dragon games 3 times, and I can spread them out. What I'm doing currently now is I play it in the languages that I'm very familiar with, and then I play the last language, which is Japanese, right before the next game is released, in like chronology and like release order and whatnot. So right now I don't have a Japanese recording of playing the MSQ, the main story quest, and because of the way RGG makes their games, you can use New Game Plus, so you can experience the story, the audio part, right? The audio part, and there's so much slice of life stuff in the latest Like a Dragon game. You might as well just learn language from them. Like, come on, they talk about manga, they talk about pop culture, they talk about expensive coffee. Yeah, Like a Dragon, like after Like a Dragon 7, they just hit hard with chatting. People just chat. Like they talk about normal things, like not homelessness and people making decisions, cheating on people, infidelity, like making friends. Like they cover most of the stuff. So if you wanted to have to play a video game, RGG has got your back. And then when it comes to Japanese, Persona got your back. Although there are like lots of periods where you're doing paranormal stuff, right? And then for Like a Dragon, you have organized crime. However, organized crime is a very real thing. So not so much the paranormal stuff. But occasionally, you have magic and whatnot. That type of magic stuff, though, is video game related. So you already play video games, so it would be one of the topics you might be interested in knowing some vocabulary. Anyways, besides that, GTA 6 is around the corner, so go for it. As far as I know, Rockstar Games do not have multiple dubbing. They have a bunch of localizations, but one primary cast. American English cast. Okay. So let's get back into this. Pattern expression. I want to say like personality, but I don't think that's how this works. Oh, it's the form. I need to block this out somehow. We need to do some blocking for this. Pattern. We need to ascribe a new name for pattern. I think this is the third time that's been a problem. And then this one is weird too. The degree of procedure. Be like not qualification. Yeah, it's not qualification. The degree. Teacher degree. Oh. No, I don't think it's engineering. I already tried this. Yeah, it's level. The degree. Oh, it's just degree. Okay. Hang on. No, degree works. That's fine. We'll go with it. Okay, so I need something for form document. But we're gonna block it out. I don't particularly find that one very
仅仅
他仅仅是个孩子。
I don't think I'm gonna have problems finding instances of. Okay. Yeah, so Yakuza 3. Let me know what you think when you're playing it. By the way, Kiwami 345, go for it. I need Kiwami 345 in my life. For sure. I want to see a remaster of how they iron out Yakuza 4. The infamous Yakuza 4. I actually didn't mind Yakuza 4 and Yakuza 5, but that's not what other people enjoy. And then Yakuza 3 is a black sheep. So yeah. 345. Do it. Do it, RGG. Do it. I dare you. And another Judgment game, that's fine. I mean, you could also decide to break from the Judgment legacy and just call it like a dragon, like a dragon Judgment, and then have the crossover character occupy somehow a mythos in like a dragon. Those character models and the interactions already exist in the like a dragon universe, if you know what I mean. Like the characters from Judgment. They just occupy an alternative persona, sort of an alternative persona. All right, that's enough. That's enough geeking out. Gotta. What? Oh. Pronouncing.
水龙头，
水龙头在滴水。
Have you guys played, like Jack, where are you on your RGG? I know you cycled through a lot of RGG avatars. And then Bill, I kind of just, I was presuming that's how you came across the channel, Bill, because you have Casca's portrait as your avatar, but that's interesting. So it wasn't the Like a Dragon thing. Yeah, I dedicate a lot of time to Like a Dragon. Probably the only, it's the longest running series now. It has dwarfed, now it has officially dwarfed my Final Fantasy legacy. You're low-key a fake fan. You've only beaten 0, but you know a lot about the other games just by being online. That's fair. That doesn't sound like a fake fan. You like being around and listening to things online. I think it takes... I don't want to be a contrarian here, but it actually takes more interest to listening voluntarily to content about Like a Dragon versus playing a game. You're waiting for Kiwami to go on sale to get it? I see. Yeah, actually, you can do the bundle thing. Like a discounted bundle, because it ends up coming out cheaper for every game you already have. You know how like Steam does the subtraction on the sale. So you buy their new what is it called? The series starter pack or something. No, not the series starter pack. It's like it's everything. Like they do everything, but how Steam works is they subtract the ones that you already have. If you're referring to the Steam thing. I'm not sure if you're actually using Steam. But for Steam, I'm not sure if other stores like Xbox Store or something has this, but it was like a... Oh, Xbox doesn't have it. Okay. Yeah, let me see what it was called. Because I saw them advertise it recently. Yeah, the complete series. Oh, you just like watching people learn languages? I see, Bill. Yeah, the entire series. It covers from 0 to 6. And the last time I checked, when it went on sale, the whole series from 0 to 6 was like $15. Subtracting all the current things you have. So from 0 to 6, it was less than like $16. And then there's a 7 alone, right? That's like $5, and then the rest is current. So yeah, they did that after Infinite Wealth came out. All the games are marked as $20 on the PC, and that's like MSRP, right? But usually when you talk about games of this like age, they get reduced by 80 to 85% of its marked price. So Sega tends to aggressively lump all the bundles together. So if it's $140 MSRP, you subtract 90% from it, right? Then it comes out to be less than $20. And the thing is, bundles have a 20% discount the bigger the bundle is. So then you subtract 20% from the MSRP that's discounted. So you'll probably get around like $16. $16 for the six games. And then Steam subtracts Steam in these bundles subtract the games you already have. So if you already own Yakuza 0, it's subtracted from that bundle. So you typically just click on the bundle, like, hey, I need to update my game series. All right, let's click on this bundle. They subtract all the games you already have and then adjust, prorate. That's the word I'm looking for. They prorate the bundles whenever they're on sale. The Yakuza series is like the cheapest series to purchase you've ever seen. Probably, unless you have Sega competing with itself. The Sega Collection is probably one of the cheapest series you'll ever purchase. The Sega Collection, which is basically say all the Sega, like all the consoles titles together and for one price. Or like you can make an argument Capcom's Fighting Collection now, like Capcom does it now. So Capcom and Sega are the preservationists, very preservationist publishers. So one of the cheapest like purchases you can possibly make are their collection series. stuff. But technically that would be kind of cheating because it's their entire catalog. And then Steam does catalog sales. So if you're like really into a publisher, generally you would aim for the catalog sale, which is basically instead of buying a video game series, you buy publishers' catalogs. Like, whoop. Like, oh, I really love this indie dev. Oh, they published 10 games. Whoop, just one purchase. That's all 10 games. Just there we go. Put it in my credit, just slide your imaginary credit card through, like purchase. I'm not advising you do that, obviously. Do not spend responsibly. Spend responsibly. Do I have any favorite albums? Like, we're gonna need to talk about what type of albums. And I'm gonna do Jack is probably like smiling right now, possibly. My favorite album is the most recent album, and that's the Clair Obscura soundtrack. However, if you want to be more specific, like maybe a type of album that you listen to, you could ask me that type of album. Like, what type of album are you referring to? And we can narrow it down to like some other type of response. But it would be the Clair Obscura soundtrack. If you listen to the Clair Obscura OST, by the way, I'm not sure if you've been following this game or not, but I've been listening to this soundtrack. And then you said albums, so you said plural. Before Clair Obscura, it was I quite enjoyed the Yakuza Pirate Yakuza soundtrack. Pirate Yakuza soundtrack was pretty great. That was before that. I liked the Cobalt Core, which is the game before that. That had like a full-fledged soundtrack. What's my favorite rock album? Like an album with rock music in it, or like a rock group? And does it only have to be only rock? I think the closest thing I would probably say is probably a Yorushika album. So whatever is recent on Yorushika. Technically it would qualify as rock, but that's probably not the rock we might be thinking about different types of rock. This is modern. This is post-rock. I guess like post everything. This is like a hybrid. Clair, by the way, Clair Obscura has heavy metal in it and rock songs in it. So Clair actually uses rock music. There is rock music in Clair. Like in terms of band, the rockiest band I have is probably Yorushika. You were thinking about a band, but your answer is good. You've never heard of them though. Yorushika? Oh boy. You should listen to them. It's kind of pleasant. What is the rock band? Like okay, let me think. A rock band, the last rock band that I listened to. I could name some like typical ones. I grew up in the 90s, so you like post rock too? Okay. We could talk rock band? I can name some stuff from my phases in life. The Killers? I think the Killers still make music actually. The Killers? To like make a more British bent on it, or like overseas bent on it. Who did the some nights na 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 na. Na 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 na. Oh man, I don't remember the band name. Offspring. Okay, since I grew up in the 90s, lots of punk bands. Offspring. Three Doors Down. Armchair Martian. There's indie rock as well. I listened to a bunch of indie rock back in the day. I wish I remember a lot of their names. Like, guess Vampire Weekend counts. The Descendants. Oh no, the Decemberists. Weezer. Life throws a lot of things in a couple of years. I don't inherently listen to these people anymore. So, I mean, yeah, I listen to Japanese rock most of the time. A one that has been in part of my life for a really long time is a band called Sambo Master. I listened to Sambo Master quite a bit. Actually, Jack and I recently that's a band. So this is a band. So this would be easily this would easily be the band that we would talk about, or like I would be able to talk about. It's recent. It's been a while. Like, it's been around for a while. How long ago was Sambo Master? Sambo Master was around Asian Kung Fu generation. And Asian Kung Fu generation hold up. We're talking about, I followed these bands like especially Sambo Master since 2003. So it's been over 20 years. So it's been over 20 years. So this would be one of the longest bands that I have followed. Outside of Asian, I mean, occasionally I check up on Asian Kung Fu generation. Something more recent would be like, say, Radwimps. Radwimps from, like, if you're watching like anime stuff, probably Your Name, the song from Your Name, multiple songs from Your Name is probably Radwimps. Bump of Chicken can be lumped in with Asian Kung Fu generation. So, but there is like indie stuff like what are they called? Modern Japanese indie. A modern indie rock has like that monotone kind of talk singing things, but I can't think of one right now. Who did like the what is it called? Yeah, I would have to need the name. I don't know what the American English. Do you know Toe? Japanese post-rock math rock? I don't listen to too much math rock, but I do know Toe as in the group. I don't think I can recall things from them. But yeah, math rock is something that the kiddos are into these days, and you are not the first one, actually. Recently someone talked about math rock. Because of like polyrhythms and unconventional time signatures in math rock. I think that stuff tends to be more like background. Like, I listen to it more of a mood or background stuff, as opposed to having recognizable things. I'm more of a structure guy as well. So complexity is great, but I think a lot of times math rock becomes more like classical music, or like a baroque. I'm not sure if you're into classical music, but math rock is like the new age baroque. So what I mean by that is baroque, the baroque period in classical music is dealt in complexity and ornateness. So lots of things going on, but it's very rhythm heavy, right? Like there's a lot of complexity, and it's so complex that it's difficult to be mainstream. So math rock is kind of like one of those things. I think math rock is a great harking back to baroque period music, and then we have classical after, right? So I know this might sound weird when you say you like classical music. Classical period music, so the ones that most people are referring to is the classical period music, which these are like the rock of today, like rock, post-rock stuff. Not like non-math rock stuff is closer to the classical period. Classical period has like form, regularities, structure, and a lot of the early, like the modern day, like during my time period, rock music is formed from applying a lot of classical period structure. I'm talking about this like I kind of know what I'm talking about. I kind of, sort of. This is from my music history class when we had to learn like where music structure and stuff comes in. We kind of got up to like the 80s and 90s rock by the time we started with Gregorian chants from the 1600s, and then we go all the way to modern rock is where, like with U2 or something. So baroque is some really great one, and a great example of a mix of baroque, and I'm gonna plug this again, Clair Obscur. Clair Obscur uses baroque music. Actually, the inspiration for Clair Obscur is a period. It's a Renaissance period. I forgot what the what was the period? It's their like Renaissance period of cultural influence. The Belle Epoque. Yeah, the Belle Epoque period. Epoch. This is a period in which like they have an extravagant explosion of eclecticness, so expansive complexities and very excessive things. And Baroque period in music was the same too, before it got refined into the classical period, which came after. The classical period came sort of, maybe some overlap, but the classical period is when form happened and things became very structured and executed with finesse kind of thing. But Baroque is like, wow, I'm hearing a lot of things. It sounds great as a vibe, but it's very difficult to know. A great Baroque composer I quite like is Debussy, which I think Debussy happens to be French. Hold up. Like Clair de Lune, yeah, he's French. Like the piece that I'm thinking about is Clair de Lune, and Clair de Lune is French. Thank you, Debussy. yeah, he's a French composer. That makes sense. So, and he's one of the Baroque period composers that I quite enjoy. Like, you're listening to it, it's like, oh, it's intricate, it's very complex, there's a lot of things going on, but it's somewhat lacking form. So to a novice like to me, to a novice listener, is very difficult to replicate it. Like it's difficult to capture something. So that's kind of what, going back to the thing about the math rock thing, I feel that makes what math rock very attractive. It's kind of like people who like experimental bands, which Jack shared an experimental band with me, or like a noise band, or a drone metal band, like drone metal rock and stuff. Drone metal tends to have like, there's something about the periodicity and the complexness of layering sounds with like asynchronous and unconventional metrics that create that great vibe, interesting sounds. But the bands that I typically listen to now are bands that have incredible structure. They're the ones that are like disciplined. There's a lot of discipline in their things. So they have a, what I would use as a word, a refined sound. So when I tell you, if you listen to a Yorushika song, it will be very, after you listen to like a couple songs, the composer and has a very defined style, and if you like that stuff, you tend to follow them for a while. And Sambo Master is also that. How do you even classify Sambo Master? Sambo Master is punk funk rock. So you have your classical punk beats, and then you have your bass lines and singing technique like runs and whatnot, that is more element of funk to like jazz and funk undertones, and then like you have your elements of punk. So I think they largely stick to that most of the time. That's more like your refinement stuff. I think math rock is kind of like an underground cool hip thing, which is cool. I just don't do it very often. I don't know of any prominent math, like what is a very popular math rock, like a gold standard math rock. Like what are the kids listen to these days, or the peeps? Is Toe one of them? I could type in math rock and see if I actually recognize math rock representatives. Math rock has been around for quite some time, but I don't think I have listened to many of them. The reason why I know math rock though is because of drumming. There's quite a lot of good, excellent drummers out there, and they do polyrhythms. They are very interested in polyrhythms, and oftentimes those bands have elements of math rock. Like if I remember correctly, Black Flag's album, one of Black Flag's album way back in the 80s had a lot of polyrhythms. Like people really like those who really are into math rock enjoy polyrhythms, the polyrhythm characteristic of the genre. They line up a lot with noise rock, like post-hardcore and like progressive metal things. And my friend, one of my best friends, also enjoy noise rock and that thing because it's very stimulating. It's incredibly stimulating. Counterpoints, odd time signatures, just a lot of interesting noise or senses. Those drummers insane. Oh, I can imagine. American and football comes to mind. Interesting. Wait, is that a typo, or is that actually the name of the band, or is it? There's a band called Wait. Or do you mean the band American Football? Oh, interesting. That's how the album looks. Oh, okay. Oh, American Football. I mean, that's how it's spelled on the album. Interesting. That's a... Oh, okay, I see. "2023, huh? I'll have to take a gander at it every once in a while. When it comes to rock, I am a rock anthem junkie. I would say, instead of telling you what my favorite album is, I enjoy a nice... I often make time for at least one rock anthem. Anthemic rock. Gets the spirits up. Just shout rock and roll every once in a while. So just say, like, you know, love rock, celebrate, hype, energy. I have room. I have room in my heart for a rock anthem. Or a video game would have a rock anthem. Like, you enter a final boss and just random choir chanting, and then the guitar comes in, the bass line hits hard, and then, you know, you start chanting and you got it. Maybe even power metal or something. But like, I have a soft spot for anthemic rock, things that are celebratory, even when they're singing about very, very depressing things. Like, to heck with depression, rock anthem songs, that kind of thing. Yeah. For the record, though, for disclosure, most of the music nowadays that I listen to are soundtracks. I listen to movie soundtracks, television show soundtracks, and video game soundtracks a lot of times. And then I follow a very select few bands. I think or select albums. I do not follow well enough to name albums at all. Like, even when I was naming bands, I was not able to name albums. Largely because most people share their interest with me, and then I get to be exposed to the music enough that I can recommend them. You know. Oh, you gotta go? Yeah, no worries, Bill. Good luck. It was nice talking, yeah. Let me know, like, hear me out. Before you go, I would love to hear if you had to share something that you want others to find interesting. Go out your day, you know, go throughout your day and make a note of that. I kind of want to hear what you think should be interesting, like, to me, for example. Like, I would love to hear things that, from your point of view, like something that's interesting you. Like, maybe you just like bologna sandwiches, or you like mac and cheese but with like pickle juice or something. Something of that nature. All right, and then we can use that as a great pivoting point for random conversation. But yes, it was very nice talking. So good luck with school and everything. I'll catch you later. Alright, let's get back into... Yeah. And I'll share some weird stuff in return. Oh, trust me. I'll share some weird stuff in return. Ping mole rat. E? What? Wait. Oh, that's pie. Okay. Alright. What is this? What am I looking at? It's not a fence. I want to type this by.
回声，
All right,
价格又回升了。
we'll just use our gut feeling. It's fine. We're relying on our gut now. 回声. I have no idea what the heck does 声 mean. Like all messy. Oh. It's rise. Whoops. That was weird.
湿，
Okay, I have to think of it as surface pattern. Surface pattern. Surface pattern. Alright. I'm not sure if anyone watched Haruhi Suzumiya and remember, but there's a very particular animation where it does the hand gesture that I'm thinking of.
手术，
病人在手术后需要休息。
Okay.
口水，
见了那么多吃的，他只流口水。
What the wow, that typo. I'm sorry. And how did this work? The degree of stuff. We're just gonna stick to degree. Fine.
坚持，
他坚持每天运动。
Sis.
姑娘，
那个姑娘是谁家的孩子？
What am I looking at? Hold.
西装，
这套西装很适体。
Or a suit. Yeah, that's fine.
新娘，
新娘打扮得很漂亮。
重，
Oh, that little chat kind of loosened me up. I like being loose. It's great. Sometimes, one thing I really appreciate as I'm growing older is to understand that when you're doing a task for a very long time and you maybe got stuck in a rut or something, having a conversation with someone or just calling up, taking a break. I mean, you don't have to take like a 30-minute digression break like I did, but understand that discontinuing something doesn't mean that you lack focus in a sense. Sometimes things happen and human, use your intuition. When powering through things, if you have the luxury and the time to not have to power through things, working hard and powering through things can be so far apart that you'd be surprised stepping away and then coming back is a kind of so much more so applicable nowadays when everyone's so hardwired to constantly be engaged with something. I think one thing I wanted to make a comment about, and I think Bill raised that comment 2 days ago, is that somehow taking breaks or doing things discontinuously has become something undesirable or something that requires so much higher threshold than it once was. Like, for example, Bill and I just talked about the longest movie he's watched, which is Open Oppenheimer, and I thought I watched long films, and when I actually went back to think about it, even the longest film I can think of was not more than 3 hours. So here I'm saying I'm pretty sure Bill can do something for a very long time. But the thing is, that's not the point I'm trying to make. At somewhere along the line, I have lost the relative concept of what is considered to have excellent focus when I'm talking about myself. However, when I hear other people talk about how much they believe they don't focus or they can't stay focused on things, it allows me to sober up. Like, it gives me a realistic portrayal. I think that somewhere along the line, this impression of having a lot of focus is substantially higher than what my early days were like. Like, what I mean is, the appearance of focus and the appearance of being committed has such a different perspective on it now. Like, for example, what is constituted as serious studying? Sitting down and grinding and powering through hours and hours of book writing. It's not spending 30 minutes each day across a week to do the volume that you would do in one day. So, like, it is the idea of focus, right? Being focused is not considered as consistency over an extended amount of time, like with gaps. The idea of focus somehow becomes this, to me, an extraordinarily long amount of period. So yes, I stream a very long time, but it is genuinely not because I focus the way that some people might think. And I don't know when that has happened. Like, sitting down and focusing for an hour, classes are not longer than an hour when I was growing up. So my focus is like no more than any other person in their age. However, when someone asks, when someone reveals that they don't focus very well, I'm like, you played a video game for 15 minutes. Like, I think the average kid, in my opinion, had trouble focusing on a concept for like 30 minutes. So somewhere along the line, some of that has changed. Maybe because of how internet portrays things, where like, oh, get on my level kind of thing. You see somebody play a video game for 24 hours. Now that takes focus. And meanwhile, I think to myself, on average, people do tasks like 30 minutes here, 20 minutes here, 10 minutes here, 30 minutes again. Like, so I really hope that in the future, maybe it starts with the people I talk to, that I think focus is a negative sentiment. It has become like an excuse in a way, and yet when people describe to me what their activities are, it just shows me someone who is incredibly capable of focus. Like, I feel some what was this? I was drawing last year, right? I was drawing last year during Inktober, and someone complimented like my focus or my commitment to Inktober, and that's about like 1 to 2 hours a day to draw. And this person mentioned that they have ADHD, and they said that's why they can't focus on their drawings. And I would ask them, well, what are you doing right now? They're writing their own manga, like, and drawing their own manga. That I'm not doing that. And my only thought is, well, how long does it take you? And it's like, oh, I spend an hour or 2 hours. I have trouble focusing on the things. So maybe they're saying they're constantly distracted during that 1 hour, 2 hours. But man, expecting myself to be honed in and focused on an hour, 2 hours, that is a misnomer to me. I think that's a misconception. Oftentimes when you think of people who have made lots of progress and worked on things and made bigger things, they are able to find how long they can do something and then do it with breaks. So I think time management is very heavily underestimated. In fact, it's one of the top strategies, one of 5 or 6 pillars on how to manage if you actually have ADHD. How to manage that. Like if you can only focus 30 minutes, you can achieve like 10 hours of focused things, you know, because you can break them up. 30 minutes, 10 minutes off, 30 minutes on, 10 minutes off, 30 minutes on, right? I think that, in my opinion, has been one of the more efficacious, not a competition, but more like to promote the healthy environment for students. There's a reason, like, you can cram, right? There are cram schools where you do a crash course, a two-week crash course of, I don't know, that stuff. And people do find that appealing. There are some people who find that appealing. But the older I get, the more I thought, man, it would be interesting what my life would be like and my quality of life would be like if I did everything as my mentors typically suggested. Like, you work on your project over time, right? Why is all of this relevant to this is because a lot of these tools don't actually do that within the scope of focus. They do that within the scope of memory. So like, oh yeah, you get it wrong now and it'll just come back later. But the thing is, it doesn't explain or it doesn't promote someone to know why they got it wrong, what was happening in the moment, like being mindfulness in the moment. And maybe I'm not making that clear either. I think my success and my appearance of focus is largely due to my investment in how to keep my mind sharp, not necessarily how long, like, it's more about the quality of the time that I'm active, not necessarily the quantity of the time I'm active. So if you can only focus for 15 minutes, like you're really hardwired in 15 minutes, go talk to a friend for like 5 minutes, or go do something that will break up the tedium, or like your perception of tedium. And now I really like the idea. I really enjoyed the idea of, okay, I'm stuck on this, push it to the back, and I'm gonna do this now too. That's my new pattern. I need to implement this in WaniKani soon. Push the thing to the back, right? If you can't see it now, it's not the end of the world. Push it to the back, come back. And it's relevant because every time I digress, right, I talk to someone, my spirits are lifted, my mind is racing. I've been entangled with rock music, and speaking of Yakuza and all that stuff, you know, not that Yakuza, but the Yakuza series, like the Like a Dragon series and whatnot. And then the moment I come back, everything is like refreshing again. So I just wanted to give that a little attention. I think somewhere along the line, it has become internalized that people who focus are not the same as people who are consistent. And then commitment is not the same, is not treated similarly or comparatively to someone who does long hours in short duration, like across short periods of time, versus short durations across long periods of time. Now that might be a little confusing, but one often, or the feeling I get, the impression I get is someone who's less focused doesn't look like someone who does 30 minutes a day every day. Someone who's focused to a lot of people are someone who does something for 4 hours on any one day. And as opposed to separating that 4-hour task into 4 days, like doing 1 hour across 4 days, or maybe 1 hour every other day versus someone who does a 4-hour period. And for me, I don't think I've ever caressed like 1 whole hour to maintain a specific mindset. It's difficult to demonstrate that because, you know, it's kind of scary. I don't want to invite people into my mind, but I try my best to like voice or project and express what's going on. But my thoughts don't stay constant for very much time. In fact, when I stay on something for a very long time, I actually encourage myself to say, all right, wipe the slate clean. Let's get at this in a different perspective. Like, let's go at this at a different angle. If I don't know this from the angle I'm looking at, how do I divorce myself from it? So inherently, I'm actually literally trying to unfocus myself. Like, I momentarily break the focus so I don't get stuck on something. And that to me is an excellent skill to have. If one can command that, you can unblock yourself from things, which I feel is the opposite if you want great focus. Like, for example, here's some silver linings. When you're feeling really, really negative, right? When you're feeling really, really negative, you tend to completely focus on that. So one of the consequences of all championing and want to increase your focus, it's kind of difficult to like overcome or pivot from thinking a certain way, and that can be the trade-off. I think learning a language can end up being the former more than the latter. I think lots of people who, at least in my opinion, the vast majority of people that I've encountered, approach language learning and engaging in like arts and expression like that, in a serial direction. It's singularly focused. Their desire is to be focused. And I think I've gotten a lot of compliments before, but I don't think they're true. So people like come by and say, oh, I really appreciate the grind. And I'm trying to find a clever way or a more relatable way to tell them that I'm not grinding anything. It doesn't feel like I'm constantly doing the same thing. It's because I truly feel I'm not doing the same thing. So in fact, I think I'm less focused than a lot of people. I don't inherently sit here and worry like, oh, I got this wrong, so now I'm just gonna spend the whole evening preoccupied with why I got this wrong. I do it now, in the now. If I can't figure it out, I try to blank my mind, think about something momentarily, and then hit it at a different angle. So the quicker I'm able to do that, the often I either know what I know or I don't know what I know. So it becomes very clear when I hit it out again and I'm like, nope, nothing else comes to mind, then the likelihood is I probably don't know enough in order to reinforce this. So it's a great balance if you're able to segregate yourself from that type of line of thinking. It happens all the time. I'm telling you, today it already happened. I sat on what? I sat on thought, ideology, right? Shisou. I sat on Shisou for like 20 minutes because I couldn't detach myself from my initial line of thinking. Like I kept saying omo, it's omo, omoso. Like that doesn't sound right. I know it doesn't sound right. However, if you're really, really focused and fixated, it's very difficult to say, okay, just stop, start over. You know other things. You've seen this in a different way. what else can you think about? And it took me so long to think about. The irony is the word means thought or idea. What would you think about? What was the mnemonic about thinking? You think about sheep. Was that so? All that 20 minutes when I'm like trying to power through or do a bit of bootstrapping through my head. It didn't. It can be a double edge. So I don't know what to say. It's one of those things. You can leverage these things. And I think SRS actually works quite well with people. It makes sense, right? It's a coincidence, but it also explains why SRS can be incredibly popular with the current youth or the current people who are used to being on the internet. It actually leverages and encourages for you to break your attention. Now, if you want to increase your focus time, yeah, I don't think SRS is going to be it. SRS might largely decrease your focus time because everything is like very disjointed. They're all in isolation. So complementing that with another appropriate theme is good. It's excellent. Personally, I like to work with the system. I could choose to try to focus really, really hard on SRS, but me talking through it right now, like doing this, is actually helping me relax from being overtly focused or preoccupied. I'm telling you now, I don't think I have ADHD, but if I make a mistake, the next like 5 cards or like 10, I will constantly be thinking about that mistake while trying to do the next thing. So it's very difficult. I mean, I can still do it, but that stuff just intrudes over and over again. And that's kind of what I think about when people think about focus. When you focus, it's hard to do the next thing if you're constantly focused. And I actually think that's what's happening to a lot of people. So the thing that they desire is consistent focus. But I actually think, I'm not sure if I'm not sure if everyone understands one of the behavioral consequences of ADHD, but oftentimes it deals with hyperattentive. You become hyperattentive. So it's not the lack of focus. Or maybe it's what people are referring to as ADD, right? They're having attention deficit. But ADHD is a very different property, and still all the definitions are very nebulous. But ADHD typically have a component of hyperattentiveness. So you're actually very focused. So oftentimes I do hear people say they have ADHD and they lack focus. I'm not sure if the consequence and then if there's a cognitive dissonance. Usually it's the insistent compulsory focus that makes it difficult to complete things. As in, oh, you did something wrong, so you can't do anything else until you correct the thing. That leads to compensation behaviors like perfectionism. Perfectionism is a potential corollary consequence of ADHD because you're hyper attentive to everything that happens in the moment. So if you make an error, that error must be corrected before you continue. You cannot short focus yourself and move on. And that to me has always made me wonder if I have a problem with hyperattention. But I don't think I have ADHD, right? It's just I'm saying things that may make me sound like I have the same problems. But I think in the long run, humans have this issue that can seem dysfunctional. And I think the whole idea of classifying ADD and ADHD is how dysfunctional it can make you. At least that's in my opinion. Not a professional clinician or therapist, but the idea is if you can make it functional, it no longer feels like that. And I think one of the properties that I can really relate to when I hear people who are compulsorily hyper focusing is that. And I think SRS kills me. Like SRS absolutely obliterates me when it comes to hyperattention. I actually try my best not to get bogged down with focused things. So the irony here is what I'm saying is, so far, most of the things that I stream in terms of language learning is unfocused. It's consistently unfocused. If you get me to read a story, an entire story, or play a video game that has a roving story, that requires intensive focus. So this is not focused. This is all disjointed stuff. Duolingo is disjointed stuff. Like I try, like my natural habit is to try to make it focused, but inherently, in my opinion, it doesn't work with this system. It's not very appropriate. If you're really, really focused, like on any particular vocabulary, it kind of bogs you down. Like it makes the process less efficient. So I think over the last 140 days, give or take a few, from between WaniKani and HanziHero, I started learning that I'm working on internal routines to keep me like moving forward, like double checking, move forward. Because if I was still doing WaniKani the way I was doing it before the first 100 days, I think I would be overexhausted now. And think HanziHero already had those functionalities built in. And then now I'm trying to get more into the swing of things. I actually think SRS should have elements of encouraging people and designs that encourage people to make discontinuous thoughts, discontinuous exposure, as opposed to continuous exposure. Like for example, when you get something wrong, it goes to the back of the stack, but as long as you get it right in the day, mission accomplished. And then adjust the frequency slightly higher instead of burning out items, right? So have the exposure stuff stacked more frequently, but what happens is get the repetition in terms of cycling the things in the time. I'm starting to think of what I would adjust for myself. This isn't a prescription for other people, but honestly, when I hear certain comments like, oh, this doesn't feel good, I keep getting the same errors and whatnot, I think it's actually a little bit inherent to the mindset and the design of SRS, or some of the SRS. And having scripts and features may allow you to cater to that. One of them is that you got to fix the mistakes yourself, but SRS doesn't do that. So how do you remove that compulsory? Make the reviews encourage for completion, but allow mistakes to happen. The frequency of that mistake and the repeated mistakes, but not being punished for it, like not being like, oh, you'll just have to do better next time on the next day. Having that repeated mistake inculcate in different segments of the day of the same review, and not marking it as correct until you get it correct, or forcibly make you aware why that's consistently happening, is necessary, in my opinion, for both of these. I think that's one of the talking points I'll have for day 200 of WaniKani and day 200 of HanziHero. I think since I've done that, my quote-unquote ability to recall the correct information quickly nearly 99% of the time at some point, and using it as a serialized recall. So I'm not using process of elimination as much to get to the right answer. I'm reconstructing over and over again the line of thought that gets to the right answer. So if I make a mistake, I note what the mistake is and I attack it from a different line of thinking. So if you repetitiously do that without punishing someone, they will inherently have a design that encourages them to say, okay, well, this way didn't work. Do you have any other way to get to the answer? If you don't, and then you find out, oh, wait, this way is kind of pretty good, it would naturally expand. In my opinion, it would encourage the person to find multiple ways. So in fact, it is not very focused. It is multi-purpose. You are going at it first, you focus on one, it didn't work. Start over. Wipe the slate clean, go at it again from a different angle. If you go at it again and you did the same thing again, that should be a great intuition to inform you, like, this is all you know, or this is the thing that's being reinforced, so it's not sufficient. And that creates an intuition, like, oh, this isn't working, right? So I think that's one of my major, in my opinion, for myself, that I've been doing in order to speed along. And what it's leading to, in my opinion, is now, especially HanziHero, not WaniKani still. WaniKani is still far behind. But in HanziHero, I just let my hands do the talking, like my brain do the talking. I don't even, sometimes I don't read, like, because the word order is always asking for pronunciation and translation. I don't see anything other than these things. And listening, this thing, listening, this thing, listening. Like, sometimes I just close my eyes and just type it. And that to me is leading into a really great feeling of, at some point, the constant snap focusing over and over again is really encouraging me to just skip over whatever it is. And I always put my translations after, because I've already formed all of the information first, and then the translation is extra. So I love this, and I've been moving from like I've already swapped WaniKani's like order too. So some things that I've been thinking about. It's gonna be a while. There's another 60 days before I summarize all these thoughts. Hopefully I can keep all these thoughts straight in my head when the review comes. Maybe I'll do it during 50 days. I'm not sure. A lot has happened. A lot has happened. It's so interesting learning things again. Like, strictly learning things again. Oh, so interesting.
坚决，
坚
他很
决。
坚决。
Resolute, okay. I misspelled saliva so hard that it was marked wrong.
品牌，
这个品牌的手机很受欢迎。
出口成章，
他的演讲总是能够出口成章。
Alright, the new ones kind of suck though. The new ones I need to, like, think about. The old ones are like, yes, just fill it out. Let your hands take over. Let your brain just trigger passively. The new ones, I am actively going through mnemonics and stuff to capture them. at the moment.
杂乱，
他的房间一片杂乱，什么都找不到。
And I don't even rely on the context sentence. Like here you have to know the pronunciation, right? And I like this order, and I kind of enjoy it. There are people who wish it would say the thing before. Like I love this, the way this is set up right now, where you got to know the word, you got to know the pronunciation, and the moment you hit it, I no longer need to translate it. I will translate it after I hear the Chinese sentence, because I should know the Chinese sentence by like 1-to-1. When it's saying it, I should be imagining it in my head. Like I have an image going, I have responses, I have answers to this now. And then the translation is after the fact. So the moment they read it, I'm like, okay. And sometimes I don't even need that anymore, because it's actually harder to know something in isolation than it is in context sentences. But the nice thing is you're still getting exposure to that. It would be fantastic if WaniKani did this. But the idea is then you enter the field of, but it's not native. And I honestly think that is what is a very impediment to things. Like, this is a generated voice. It's possible because it's a generated voice. But then you're gonna run into someone saying like, well, it's not native, so you're not gonna get good at hearing native stuff. And maybe not. I actually truly do believe that when people have a foundation, it is a shorter period to transition from that foundation or that point of reference than having none of it at all. But others would argue, oh, well, if you're listening to the wrong pitch accent too many times, it would take more effort to unlearn that than to acquire it correctly in the first place. This is probably going to be a hot topic. I would love to have a conversation with someone else about. I disagree. I incredibly disagree that if you're actively learning something and you have a point of reference, that it takes longer to pivot that change versus wiping it clean and then relearning it, or just learning it correctly in the first place. Actually, I feel like that comes from someone who don't have the mindset that they like adjusting things or they adapt to things. So here, like, yes, some people will say like, oh, this generated voice sounds really weird. Will you ever be able to like make this useful to listening to another, like to a human being who speaks naturally? And it's a very contentious point. Some people say if you don't listen to it correctly and you listen to it incorrectly many times, you will develop a bad habit in which you can't correct it. Like, that's fair. I think that does happen to a lot of people. For myself, like, I'm doing so many things at once. Like, what I mean is I'm habitually being exposed to so many things. This might as well just be another accent. So you can be a one-trick pony if you want and always learn it the right way and only the right way. Then you don't have to solve any problems. You don't have to adjust anything. You never have to fix habits if all your habits are always good in the first place. I think that's a different type of person. I'm not one of those type of person. I go through life, whatever I do, it's probably not the best. Does it matter? Not really, because I get to choose to improve it or change it, whatever I want. I think the oxymoron, the missing problem here, the missing part of the equation is how often are you adjusting? I'm adjusting all the time. So if I'm adjusting frequently, it's not hard for me to adjust things and adapt to things because I do it very often. I'm very well practiced at it. For someone else who doesn't like that, I wouldn't recommend anything I say, nor I hope it's very clear that we're not relatable. So whatever I do take it with a grain of salt, because you and I do not have that. I love problem solving. I love adjusting. So I just start, do something, be active in it. And when someone says, "Oh, but you're saying this wrong because your reference is wrong," it's like, well, when I listen to a different reference, I will adjust to that different reference. Then I'll have two references, not one, two. I'll have what I think I know from HanziHero, and then what I'm hearing from this person, and I can explain to this person that I use this program. It's a synthetic voice. It sounds like this. And then now this person explains, well, I say it this way. And that's great, because now I have the point of reference to anchor the other point of reference. What, in my opinion, what this does is that person continues to do things, which the people who would argue against me likely also are people who are input only people. As in, no, you have to do it correctly. You're just keeping. But the really somewhat hypocritical part about this, or where the argument fails, in my opinion, or is a little conflicted, is then they would argue, well, you have to expose yourself to a lot of things, like a lot of things, because there's inconsistencies, like accents will change and people have different cadences and personalities. Like, yeah, so do all the tools you have. So do all the recordings you have. In fact, I would say synthetic voices are more consistent than human voices. And that's the ironic thing. And I actually think that's detrimental. That's actually something that I particularly I'm not that great with. Like, I would love if we had 5 different voice banks and it would cycle through the voice banks. Oh wait, that's what Duolingo does. And then you say, well, but it doesn't matter how many voices you have. They all pronouncing them weird and unintelligible and whatnot. It's like, okay, fair enough. Right? I don't know what to tell you. Is it close enough? Do you still understand what they're saying? Well, yes, but it's not good, or it's not precise. It's like, well, yeah, I wouldn't be precise and good the first time I do things as well, but at least I have a point of reference. It gets me to do the things. I'm more used to it. I'm used to adjusting. So I still occasionally, I haven't, interestingly enough, I haven't in like 2 or 3 months, where someone comes by and say, aren't you afraid that learning something wrong the first time, learning the wrong way will forever make you upset about learning the wrong way? And my first thought is, I learned a way and it's good enough for me to pivot from it. I love when I realize, like, oh my gosh, it's been this way the whole time. Well, all right. Like, from switching from like kurai to kurai. It's from doing. It's a mixture of from doing and hearing it. Here's one thing I would say that's very interesting to Chinese proverbs. True wisdom, in my opinion, true wisdom is being familiar with all the things that you know and all the things that you may not know or do not know. And that includes things that you think are wrong or right when they become wrong or right as a form. Someone who constantly thinks that they are always doing the right thing and always doing the best thing and should always learn the right way the first time, or think it's achievable to always learn the right and the best way every time. I think a lot of wise individuals across history would say that's arrogance, myopia, and an idealistic way of imagining how wisdom is acquired. I think that's knowledge. Knowledge can be acquired that way if you want. It's possible. But that's not a wise person. Maybe a well-informed person, but not necessarily a wise. So, in my opinion, I like to think that I'm at least wise about knowing how to adapt to information, as opposed to believing that, in my opinion, underestimating your ability to adjust. I think the whole native speaking thing is probably one of the hottest topics, or one of the hottest topics in language learning, involved in the ability to pivot and connect thoughts, right? I don't know. I might be talking to myself. That's okay as well. That's okay. Uh,
训练，
运动员
训练。
正在紧张训练。
Uh-oh.
汤，性，不仅，
这不仅是我一个人的看法，
胖，斑，
Uh-oh. Like, what is this motion? Why am I, oh, move or relocate? Yes. Whoops. Wait. What did I do here? What happened? Oh. Wait. Oh. Oh. Yes. Yes.
坚强，
他性格很坚强。
群，文章，
他的文章通常都很感人。
Oh, no. No. That is not it. Hold up. What is happening here? What did I do? Oh. Oh. Yeah. Okay, it's fine. I promise. Last time.
问号，
打个问号，
Oh, what? I'm gonna come back to that.
网，
Dang you! You came back too soon. It's like It's like a question mark. That's fine. I'm okay with that. We'll just move on. It's a sentence thing. We're fine.
Hu. Pi.
Oh. Okay. How does this work? No, it was. Oh,
烟火。
我们去看烟火吧。
我的。
那橘色的车子是我的。
家具。
这家店卖家具。
that's not how you spell. Sure. Typed the wrong letter. What is... Oh, man. What? No, hold up. Something is not good here. Something is not okay.
“但是”
虽然喜欢茶，但是我不常喝。
经济学。
关于经济学的书。
Oh, wait. No, yeah, no? Wait.
况且。
这房子太贵，况且地点不方便。
拍。
What's going on? I'm doing it again.
网球拍。
挑选一把合适的网球拍。
On Teal Pie? What? On Teal Pie? I don't know what's going on. Ball? Oh. I'm still preoccupied about this. What? Did I not type Tian a long time ago? Oh. Oh, I might have typed Bien. Oh, I might have typed Bien as a typo.
健身房，
我8点在健身房门口跟你见面。
It's exactly what I thought it was, but I might have typed Bien first instead of Jian. And then thought I typed Jian. That's fine.
快，
That's a little disappointing. Typo let me down again. That's okay. Yeah, I'm like Jian as in Jian Kang. And I'm like, okay, maybe I got it backwards. And I wrote Kang and it's like, what else could it be? It can't be anything else. And then I was thinking maybe it's Lian. Like that's what happens when you use process available. I was a little bit desperate there. Okay. What time is it? After midnight? Alright. How do we do? Qing. Is it Qing? Qing? Yeah. Oh no. Is it Qing? Oh. That's not good. Because oh, okay. It's fine. Or I gotta change up how I'm imagining it. I'm imagining them inside. So I have to imagine them greeting each other outside. Greeting each other outside. Qing. It was a 50-50. I was like, it sounds correct when you say qing, not qing. About this. Oh, I don't know where he is. I think it's Guan. Yeah, Guan. Ming. Okay. Gui. Okay. You. Oh yeah, I screwed this up. This is you. This is you. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Actually, where do they write the... Oh. I need to know where they write the accent, the tone marker on Jie. I think it's the last one. This is an. Not looking at that closely. Anjiao. According to. Antoine. Okay. When Nuan. Guan Bo. Ding dong. Ding dong. Okay. 韩国暗示直播伟大口香 What was the last part? 口香糖 Oh, yeah, probably. Chewing gum, 口香糖内论 Oh, I screwed up. No, I didn't screw up. No, just kidding. 定位暖气 That's heat. Gotta be careful. Oh, you know what? This is kind of related to the term that they use for air conditioning. Wasn't it 燃气? Hold up. Or 冷气 Ah, that makes sense now. We can relate these two. A heater is 暖气 and the air conditioner, which was a problem. Because I keep thinking of like cold air or something. But they use 冷气 for air conditioner. Nice. That actually works out really well. It complements each other. They're antonyms. Or sort of antonyms. Alright. Let's go. Okay. Kirby is outside of the infirmary greeting relatives. And while they're greeting their relatives, who look exactly like him, but different colors, there's an annoying walking eye who's unwanted. Does that have anything with doing with a tree? Oh, the relatives brought some trees for Kirby. But there was an annoying walking eyeball around. A waddle do around, so he politely asked the guards to take him away. Relatives visiting, hoping Kirby speedy recovery. Okay, we have Goofy making his way down to the basement of the pawn shop, where some bureaucrats. Oops, that is not how you write. That's fine. Some bureaucrats are evaluating some plumbing issues in the pawn shop, right? And they requested a pipe. And Goofy, being the resourceful goofiness, like, oh hey, well, a bamboo is kind of like a pipe. Maybe that'll work. Then we have Mickey making his way to the bathroom of the English manor, doing Mickey things. He finds a glove, I guess. He finds a really, really exotic glove. And like a episode from Disney, he popped a magical stamp on it and it comes to life. Right? Comes to life and they do a dance number. I don't know how you really have to change it. They just do a dance number. They break up in song, you know. Well, actually, the glove does a dance number while Mickey breaks out in song. You know? Good enough. So now Goofy makes his way to the bath. No, not the bathroom. Goofy is just chilling, getting a tan out in front of the beach house. And a newlywed composed of a walking eye, a foxy walking eye, and the groom, another handsome looking walking eye. So a pair of walking eyes told him that yeah, you can't use this. It's kind of against regulations because we have a wedding to hold here. So you know, Goofy, not understanding, proceeds to continue tanning. Good luck. Okay, so now we have Yoshi. Yoshi is in the bathroom of his personal house, and for whatever reason his house got invaded by sheep. Does that work? Yes, by sheep. And this sheep was a bit belligerent. Alright, this sheep was equipped with a handsaw. And making it very, very inconvenient for Yoshi to use the bathroom. So Yoshi sticks out his tongue and consumes the handsaw and turns it into an egg. And it's like, now what? And the sheep skedaddles while he proceeds to use the bathroom. Right? That's how we're gonna go about that. The other one was a little bit morbid. All right, so now Dracula is in the auditorium, looking for his next, you know, to attain his next victim. And he does it in an elaborate Dracula way by obviously tossing a bunch of soil toss a bunch of soil onto the carpet, which attracted a bunch of this is so elaborate. Attract a bunch of sheep from outside the road. And while people were preoccupied with that display, he bonks someone and attains his next victim. Right. Alright. Then we have Yugi. Yugi is in the bathroom of his house. Right. He's just chilling. He recently acquired the legendary ceremonial mace. But he has to take a trip to the bathroom, right? You gotta make this stuff realistic. He's gotta take a bathroom break, or he's gotta chill from his adventure. So he's preparing a bath, and in order to protect the mace from like getting wet and dirty and whatnot, you know, it's wrapped nicely with a page, right? Pages. I don't know. Maybe sealing the ceremonial mace with some ancient pages. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. Gonna watch this later. Shit. As always, Feel free, you're more than welcome to come by, ask questions, exchange some ideas, talk about other things, music theory. That's fantastic. Music history, genre defining things. Express yourself. Hey, a bonus. Express yourself in a language you're learning, right? And then explain it to me, because it doesn't have to be Japanese or Chinese or even Spanish, rather. It could be anything. The idea is you're using something and you're explaining it to me. Why not? In fact, that is what, in my opinion, is really fun about talking to people who are interested in learning a language, because learning a language, in my opinion, also deals with how to culturally express yourself, especially expressing yourself as a multilingual person, and maybe possibly even a multicultural person. I think I've grown quite wary of individuals who try to compartmentalize the act of language learning. When you're trying to learn about another culture, oftentimes it takes the framework of understanding how to express your own culture and then do comparisons and contrasts between cultures. I think in the world we live in today, it goes back to that whole focus digression. There's so much hyper focus on trying to compartmentalize learning things in isolation, ironically, like immersing in isolation, that it comes off as the behavioral response too, where someone would say, oh, that's weird for Japanese people. I'm like, okay, but is it weird from a foreigner's perspective looking at Japanese culture? Like, well, I haven't thought about that. Like, okay, well, the idea, in my opinion, when you're trying to learn about another culture, is also understand its perspective and its relation with your own culture. That goes through the exploration of the language. I feel like it is interesting to think that one does not maintain or understand the concept of their own fluency in the context of a new fluency, or striving for a new fluency. So it kind of really, it's a little bit disappointing that people who think they're interested in other people's culture is not interested enough in their own culture to be able to explain their own culture in the new culture. So cultural exchange, if I would have to say a generic, like a more reductive phrase, I think learning a language also deals with cultural exchange, at least in my opinion. That's one of the most exciting parts about delving into a new culture through learning languages. But I can tell you, I have a far more fair share of people who decide that it prevents people from understanding another culture. Like living and understanding and conceptualize the relationship between cultures somehow has become like a villainous impediment to understanding oneself in another culture. Like, it's like kind of telling me that I can never be American because I'm Chinese, or I'm Chinese because I can never be American, or I can never appreciate what it's like to be an American if I have Chinese values, etc. So I think it's like it kind of argues itself a lot of times, where, oh, you understand another culture, like, okay, but if you don't like understanding your own culture and expressing your own culture, what makes you think that you're all that equipped to understand another person's culture? The reason why I say that is someone who says that, when they give examples, they reductively brush aside other people's cultures while only talking about their culture that they're interested in great detail. Like, that is suggesting that this person like to focus on all the things they know and then make them look and appear like they know about things they don't know, as opposed to acknowledging what they don't know. Like, for example, in Chinese, they might not know or appreciate the use of articles or the use of conjugation. And at the same time, in order to appreciate the elegance of not using those things in order to understand how the language is contextualized. One also needs to understand the perspective of your parental language. You can choose to say, oh, this stuff will prevent you from truly understanding Chinese because you have to throw away things from your parental language. But to me, that's like pretending like that stuff don't exist, as opposed to acknowledging that it exists and be able to work with all of it. It's a different perspective, but what I'm trying to make clear now is that I am not very receptive. I can be very antagonistic for individuals who think that understanding relationships between things stops someone from appreciating differences. So what I mean by that is people suggest that if you constantly make comparisons, you only focus on the similarities. But that's strictly not true. When you make comparisons, you also understand the differences and similarities. When someone focuses on the differences, they only highlight the differences. When someone focuses on similarities, they become reliant and dependent on those similarities. And language learning is both. They're together. You know the similarities and the differences. So when someone says you can't think to compare similarities and differences because they're different, and then they tell you this is the only way you can become fluent in your language, I disagree. It's all of the above. It's not, in my opinion, some sort of special technique or special exception that you must turn off parts of your brain in order to pretend, like spend most of your time pretending like certain informations and certain things are not important, when you can find a way to leverage them. Up to you though, up to you. I think either way, A, B, or A or B, with motivation, belief, rigor, commitment, all those things intact, choose your favorite type of approach. If you stick to it, I feel like you will meet your satisfactory goals, whatever those goals are. It could be someone telling you that you'll never be fluent because you like translating. Like, well, okay, that's fair. But I certainly wouldn't mind listening to a professional translator tell me about what they glean from culture through the language that they translate. Because, in my opinion, it is unprofessional to say things that don't work when they clearly do, in order to further your case and your strengthening your argument. It would be far more appreciable and professional if you demonstrate how this is similar or different from another perspective in order to have other people determine that informed decision themselves. Telling people what to think and trying to convince them what they should think is different from demonstrating it and showing how that is true or false. Like, how does it strengthen or weaken by demonstration? So lots of talk, a lot of talk. It's like there's a double standard here. On one side, it feels a lot like worship cult like status, and then on another side is like, I'm so passive, I'm not even sure I care. Like, so there are two extremes, and I feel like those two extremes are lots of my experiences right now, along with your occasional people in the middle who genuinely just like doing it every day, like myself. Hopefully I welcome anyone. Obviously, it's great to practice. It's great to practice exchanging ideas with someone who's a devout like avid supporter of something and whatnot. It's great to exchange ideas and see how people decide on approaching language learning. and other cultural exchanges. I think art is vastly tied to learning a language. So if you're not already talking about music, movies, video games, creative arts, psychology, then those are things that can lead to a more closer connection with another language and the culture behind it. Right? Anyways, always welcome. So for those who are only interested in Chinese, 大家下次见. I'll see you next time. I'm gonna stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for Spanish. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. Hoy es el día número 60. 60 is day 60. We're back with our little truncated. Yesterday was an abbreviated day. Couldn't squeeze in Duolingo Spanish. But here we are again. Day 60. Let's go over this thing. We didn't actually have any new vocabulary words on this one. We did focus on hacer and filling out a irregular verb in the past tense, right? So hacer, hice, hiciste, hizo, hicimos, yes, hicieron. And then let's add some of the other irregular verbs, right? So far. So ser, fui, fuiste. Oh, wait, just kidding. Fue, fuiste, fui, fuimos. My tablet? What? Hello? Fuimos. Fueron. Oh, no, wait. It's the other way around. This is why we practice. I think it's fue, then, yeah. No, it's not. No, I don't think so. Right? Fue. Oh no, it is, because this is not fueron, it's fueron. So it's fui, fue, and fueron. Oh no. I think this is right. But we'll double check. Estar. Estar. Estuve. Estuviste. Estuvo. Estuvo. Estuvimos. Estuvieron. Yep, I think. Let's do in ed, in odd, ed, and ir verb. Let's do caminar. So caminar. Caminé. Caminaste. Caminó. Caminamos. Caminaron. And sure, let's do correr. The complement. Corrí. Corriste. Okay. Corrió. Corrimos. Right? Yeah. And then corrieron. What complements walking? Montar? Doesn't work. Manejar? That doesn't work. I need an ir. Let's go with... Oh, that's not ser. Wait, is it ser? Or is it ir? Oh, no. Wait, is this ir? Oh, no. I screwed up. What the heck is ser? Wait, is this ir? Oh, no. I think this is ir. I think I don't have ser yet. What is ser? Yeah, this is ir. I think I might have made that mistake the other day too. Ser is like se, right? Se. And then I don't have anything. Oh, we don't have ser yet. Actually don't remember ser stuff. So I might have made this error 2 days ago or 3 days ago. Good to practice. Yeah, this is definitely ir. Hopefully. So, because I was gonna say ir, but ir is special. Visitar. No. Viajar. No. Llegar. Conocer. All the stuff that kind of deal with this. Nadar. Alright, we'll just pick any, like salir. We'll do salir. Salió. Saliste. Wait, I just screwed up. Salí. Salió. Salimos. Salieron. Alright, that's pretty good. So this, I think I screwed up. Maybe the last 2 days. So keep an eye out for that. Alright, so we had 2 podcasts. Okay. Podcast. Secret club recruitment. There wasn't any really things related to secret club recruitment in terms of the Spanish side of things. So, dos hombres. They were talking about their sus vacaciones. One viajamos or viajó Inglaterra. And otra persona Guatemala. And that's about it. They just talk about how it was. Like, did you like it? And disfrutar. And obviously Lucy spins it as secret recruitment. Right, secret recruitment missions. That's about it. There wasn't anything about like a secret club or anything like that. At least I thought they said club. Okay. The second thing is Human plans. Venice. And that is most definitely Falstaff. You over here, dos personas. Un hombre y un mujer. Hombre dice going to like oh, they went to a fiesta, la fiesta de música, a music festival. And the person asked, the other person asked, did you meet a lot of people, you know, gente, mucho gente nueva, right? And the person's like, sí, claro. And then what did you do after? Caminar el parque or something? The next day. Like, no, I just chilled at home. Mire una película. That was about it. And Falstaff, of course, said that in the bear world, if it's not about it, humans like to talk about what they've done in activity, but in the bear world, they're really just concerned about food and a good place to nap. What a wonderful life, huh? All right. The adventure was kind of, I thought it was really funny, but I don't think it was intentionally supposed to be funny. But the maybe the adventure is I need a ticket, and I thought it was gonna be Junior, but it ends up being Eddie. I was wondering like what kind of ticket. So who is here? I want to say we'll sort them out. So there are some chairs, and Osgood is chilling here. And then we had Falstaff chilling here. And then I want to say oh, it was Lin. And then Bea was the attendant. So you're Eddie. And then he's like going to Bea, like necesito un boleto para, you know, viajar a Nueva York, right? Ahora, like hoy, you know, ahora, right now. And Bea's like, oh, lo siento, próximo, I don't know, flight is tomorrow. And he's like, but I really need to go today. And then they said that currently there are three people who have the last ticket. Like they have one of the three have tickets to a plane today. So you can try to find a ticket that belongs to him. So Eddie walks to Osgood, and Osgood does Osgood things and say, estoy, you know, like, soy el artista, you know, or la artista de importante, you know, artista importante, necesito ir a Nueva York hoy, right? Something like that. And it's like, oh, okay, well, all right. Eddie then changes up the gear and changes up the game and asks, "Hey, Falstaff, may I have your ticket?" And Falstaff's like, "You want my ticket?" And he just straight up just ... and says, "No." So then Eddie goes to Lynn, and he's like, "Can I buy your ticket? May I buy your ticket?" Well, he actually just said, "Can I buy your ticket?" And Lynn's like, "Well, you know, son dos cien, right? Dos cien, $200." And they're like, "But I can let you have it for $500. And then he's like, "Sure, just take my money." Dude, Lynn just made out. Heckin' marked the ticket from 200 to 500, and you're just like straight up. Eddie's like, "Here you go. I happen to have $500." And you go back to Bea, and then get the ticket, and that's the end of the segment. Like, hoo-wee. Lynn knows how to make a profit. Anyways, I thought it was funnier than I think it was meant to be. Most of these segments are like entirely synthetic, so there's no emoting, so you kind of have to adjust for the text. Because for Falstaff, it was implicit, like, "You want my ticket?" No. But when they're speaking, there's no emoting. It's like very monotone because of synthetic voices. Anyways, pretty good. Alright, let's get into our lesson. Actually, I kind of want to check. Yeah. Here. I don't know how I made that mistake, but I did. So there you go. Alright, shopping time. Hoy es un buen día. Buen día para ir de compras. Yeah, ir de compras is kind of ir, and using de is kind of a irregular thing, in my opinion, right now. And then using buen before before something that modifies. Aquel es un buen lugar para comprar ropa. Yeah, so they're really leaning. Buen is the new thing. A bit. I think I've seen it occur a few times already, though. Que hay en el primer piso de la tienda. Another, like, front adjective. Primer. Hay muchas tiendas en el primer piso. That's fair. Te ayudo a elegir. Oh, I don't know this one. Oh, that kind of reminds me of Erabu. Elegir. And then te, the direct object. Can I help you? Or ayudar. And then ayudar needs an a. It's a kind of an action swap. When you're helping and then you're doing it, not helping requires, in my opinion, how I view it is a separation of the actions. When you're helping, it can be helping anything. So I think of an action swap or a. Ninguno and nadie. Okay. When ninguno, ninguna, ningunos, and ningunas come after a verb, you need to include no. Yeah. Yo no tengo ninguno de esos libros. I do not have any. Right. Because ninguno is negative, so you require the. It's kind of Japanese a little bit. You want the speech to agree. Oh, actually, English has that too. Like neither versus either. In a neither or either in the sense of whether it's a no or affirmative or positive. It's commonly you try to keep the speech in the negative if they're negative, inherently negative, and then positive if they're positive. And then the same happens with nadie. Yeah. Ella no quiero hablo con nadie. Or anyone. It's kind of the same as saying no one and anyone, or any, anybody. No one versus anyone. I was trying to think of another. I thought I had another example, but I didn't. But if these words come before the verb, you don't need to add that no. Yeah, so ninguno de
nosotros quiere ir de compras.
Yeah, ninguno de nosotros quiere ir de compras. Yeah, nadie tiene dinero. If they're being used as not a direct object, or like part of a phrase that they're being used as a subject. Yeah. I feel like that's still kind of a vibe. You're just vibing with. Alright.
No lo compré.
No lo compré. Oh yeah, comprar, because we're doing shopping now. Lo compré. Okay.
Compré esta chaqueta en la tienda de Malik. ¿Te gusta?
Malik. Es hermosa. ¿Dónde queda esa tienda? ¿Queda ese where? Quedar. I don't know how that's being used. Where's that store? Where is quedar? ¿Queda? ¿Dónde queda? Huh.
Nadie entiende.
Nadie entiende. ¿Mm?
Nadie me quiere ayudar. Nadie
Nadie me quiere
me quiere
ayudar.
ayudar.
I don't want to help anyone. Oh, nobody wants to help me. Oh, right. Me.
Ella lo compró.
Ella lo compró. ¿Compró? Ella no compró. Did she buy it?
Señor, ¿usted compró este reloj? Señor,
¿usted
compró
compró este reloj?
este reloj.
Tengo que elegir.
Elegir. Elegir. Tengo que elegir. I have to. Wait. I have to. Elegir. Choose.
Elegir.
Elegir.
180 pesos.
100. ¿Ne? 180 pesos. Oh, right. It changes to 100, right? Instead of saying 100. 80 pesos. Do you put an and? Oh, that. I feel like that's more of a. I feel like that's very British. I don't know if it's an American thing anymore. I'm not even sure anymore. Because it's 180 pesos. Not 180 pesos. But I think the usage is like all over the place now. If I remember correctly, if I recall, actually back in the day, I'm not even sure if it's true now, but I think Americans at one point dropped the and British English add the and. Maybe over the last 20 years that have shifted, but it's 180 pesos as opposed to 180. But I don't know if it's true anymore. And the thing is, the reason why I'm bringing this up now is because there's no and in other languages. So like I've gotten very used to not saying the and because other languages don't say the and. Right, it's not ciento y ochenta pesos. It's just ciento ochenta pesos. So it kind of actually lines up well if it's still true. I have a short story about this actually. When I was learning English, I was literally corrected by an English class, or I'm not sure if it was my teacher that did, that putting and is not an American usage for English. So 180 pesos. Or actually, it might not even have been written. It's auditory. Someone literally told me, what did you say? 180? It's 180. So pretty sure that is still true. Actually, let me see. The AI doesn't even filter for it. All it says is the correct way to say the number 101 is 101, not 101. But 101 is technically correct, and that 101 is technically incorrect. To expound, wait. Someone else says it. But it's more common to drop the 1 at the start and replace with an up. What I learned in elementary school was that 101 is technically right. Okay. To expound, 1,000,001 and 101 would be obviously incorrect. Rather, it should be saying 1,001,101, right? However, yeah, this is what I remember too. So United States, right? And then in the UK, yeah, there's confirmation still from people from recent times. In the UK, in British English, they include the and. Yeah. So this is kind of funny. Like 180 pesos. My immediate thought is, that's an interesting thought. Because Duolingo have often used American like baseline for English a lot of times, and this is a really weird one. This is actually if you want to be a stickler for grammar, this is incorrect. This isn't not grammatical in American English, but it probably still is in British English, so that's fair enough. So it's accepted, right? But when I say 180 pesos, I really do mean 180 pesos. But I typically don't even see the and because I don't say it.
El abrigo cuesta
El abrigo cuesta $110. And You might be like, some people might be saying, oh, that's because Duolingo sucks and they don't check these things. Like, no, I'm gonna tell you now that lots of people type that all the time. So you gotta, that's part of English. And that's kind of one of the things that I feel, if you really want to get into the culture, like some people, like this person, the one person, the one influencer kind of really grind my gears a little when he was talking about how in order to become fluent in a language, you had to understand the culture, like it invested in the culture, but it was a plug for immersion. And this person used a very common English generalization that was incorrect, as in like that didn't demonstrate they understood English culture. And then they went further and said like people's attention to memorizing vocabulary is like something unnatural and unmechanical. Memorizing vocabulary, especially when learning Chinese, is part of the culture of how they acquire language. Like my parents, when they decided, hey, I need to learn some English words, they did certain things that in an English school, like in an American school, wouldn't do. And a lot of it was the primary emphasis on memorizing vocabulary. So it's kind of a conflict of interest. When you disagree with a method, but that method is something reflexive of the culture of how the language was acquired by the native speakers, are you rejecting the culture because your interest in them, your myopic interest in what is considered culture, and not restricting your ability to be actually cultured? So the reason why I say this is because that person provided an example about English that I immediately think, huh, that's interesting. Like suggesting that it's uncommon to have English speakers not use subjects in their conversations. In fact, lots of the colloquialism that requires understanding the culture requires to know when you don't use a subject and when you use a subject and when you need to use a subject and when you don't. Like, I thank you. If you're going to go around and say, I thank you to everyone and saying like, oh, I understand the culture because the English culture requires a subject, then you're going to sound very weird. And they did it for, that person did it for Spanish too. They used Spanish to understand Spanish's like culture. They used me encanta and me gusta as an example, like, oh, Spanish must really focus on making the person the direct object of things that happen. Like, well, no, not really. You specifically picked a specific line of verbs that do that. Ser and estar don't. And they're fundamental to Spanish. So it's one of those things, like cherry picking. It's so weird. I mean, I wouldn't be bringing this up if that person wasn't like presenting themselves as some like guru in language learning. Like, I'm not selling my anecdotes and my counter argument. But if there's anything to learn from, if there's anything I'm gathering from this, language learning is no different from trying to get a healthier lifestyle and then being bombarded by like 15 nutritionists who myopically extract information from health journals and cherry pick their way to confirming their product that they're selling without professional oversight. So, you know, horns off, you know, hats off to those people who think that their supplement somehow has done something that no one else has ever done, in which they haven't ever been involved in the development of the supplement in the first place, right? But somehow it is presented as though it does everything that they claim. I think language learning also has that quite in the bag. You target individuals that like a compelling emotional narrative versus an empathetic narrative. Now, an emotional narrative can be empathetic, but generally speaking, there's a difference between empathy and sympathy. And oftentimes strong business models are sympathetic, not empathetic, as in they present solutions that do not take into account the target audience or like the actual audience. Like it doesn't demonstrate that they have understanding of empathy. Like saying, oh, American English, you can't become fluent in English because you have to know that you always have to use the subject and verb. Same. Bruh. Like, bruh is even weirder. Dude. Like, whoa. Well, like, there's so many things. All the commands. Thank you. Thank you. It's I thank you, but if you really want to understand the cultural nature of that, kind of like what I was saying. 101 instead of 101. That is internalizing English culture. So it's kind of weird when you say you understand and then you give examples that are cherry picked. Like, oh wait, oh okay, no. You need to know the similarities and differences. But it's not interesting to someone who professes to know. For the record, the person teaches Japanese, so they're a native Japanese speaker. Their English, I think, in my opinion, much like they would say to my Japanese is not great. Like, I don't even think I'll ever be, according to this person, I'll never be fluent in Japanese, so that's perfectly fine. But if we were professionally being real with each other, their English requires a lot of understanding. Like, so it's someone who the difference here is I'm not selling myself as someone who somehow life hacked their way in language. In fact, I think a lot of times when you truly get into the culture of things, you tend to be more modest about it because you realize that the more you learn about a target language, the less and less you feel like you know about the language. There's so much to discover. So when you sell yourself and you're saying, oh, I can't possibly understand Japanese because I choose to do things that this person says you should never do. And I'm like, well, you say you understand people's cultures and you have learned another language, but you're a person who speaks English as though you don't understand the things that English speakers like to do in their language. Saying things like, oh, yeah, don't worry about grammar. It's kind of like one of those things. Well, what if grammar was part of the culture of how the language was acquired? So the idea is, yeah, it kind of argues against itself. But the thing is, I am not arguing that you never do something and you always do something. This person is. So it's a lot. The person makes strong arguments because they use hyperbolic statements. One of the trade-offs about hyperbolic statements is they are also, while they are very strong and emotionally impactful, they are also easily refuted as well. If you never do this, then you never do it. So if you never translate, then how do you know that me gusta is a reflection or comparable to that of Japanese? Or how are you comparing and contrasting without the act of translating? you can vibe and immerse without ever coming to that realization. And then I think it was very comical, in my opinion, a little bit almost embarrassing that they chose two types of elements from Spanish and English subsequently would be the first thing that one of the earliest first things that a foreigner would notice about English and Spanish. Weird how that works out. Right, really does remind me of someone who said that, quickly learned how to say hello, thank you, how are you in 14 different languages, and then suggest that they know those 14 languages. Not all that different. It's it's become a pet peeve because every time I practice Spanish, all I can think about is there's a guy out there who said that me gusta somehow, understanding the translation and the grammar of me gusta somehow is a good example of not worrying about grammar in order to understand the Spanish culture. It's gotta be reading between lines.
Compró 4 libros de cocina por $103 allá.
I'm saying it's all of the above. So, for full disclosure, it's all of the above. It's not a cult status that excludes things and not include things, and it's all of the above. Grammar is also part of a lens into the culture and the etymology as well, and linguistics. It's all of the above. Someone selling you that a part of the language that exists is not important to the understanding of the language is someone selling you snake oil, in my opinion. Or more likely to be selling you snake oil. Vikram compró... Wait.
Vikram compró 4 libros de cocina por $103 allá.
Okay. Qué bien. ¿Qué dónde queda? I don't remember queda. What? Huh. ¿De dónde? Oh, I do. I sort of do. Is it just queda? Hold up. How does queda work? Okay, queda... Oh no. Gemini just straight up switched to... Okay. ¿Dónde queda? Se traduce como ¿dónde está? Se usa para preguntar la ubicación de un lugar como un negocio, una calle o un edificio. Okay. Por ejemplo, si quieres saber dónde está un restaurante, podrías preguntar dónde queda el restaurante. Okay. That is pretty straightforward. So we're just gonna remember queda, right? I whenever I see queda, I feel like it's conjugated, but maybe it's not. So right for now, I'm just gonna assume it's not related to conjugation at the moment. Don't worry. And it's kind of baked into like estar. It's kind of like a... Oh wait, no. Yeah, it's kind of like taking place of estar a little bit here.
Necesito alguna camiseta roja.
Necesito alguna camiseta roja. Okay.
Mi hijo
necesita alguna ropa nueva. Okay.
Ninguno de nosotros tiene dinero ahora.
Ninguno de nosotros tiene dinero ahora. None of us. Ninguno de. Has? None of us has? Oh man. I know English good. Man. None of us has now. I really thought it was none of us have money now. But that kind of makes sense. None as a group has. Oof. Them has cheeseburgers.
Nadie.
Nadie quiero. Nadie quiero? Nadie quiere? Oh, yeah. Nadie quiere ir a café. Café hoy.
Quiere ir.
Al café.
Hoy.
Hoy. Okay. I've got to contract. Lo siento. Lo siento. No compro fruta. Frutas. Okay. Lo siento. No compré. Whoops. No compro. Compré. Compré frutas. Ninguno de nosotros. O sea, tiene dinero.
Ahora.
It's okay. Alright. Let's keep going.
Este es mi nuevo país.
Pretty normal. Este es mi nuevo país. Wait. País? Oh, what? This is my new country? Oh, they're trying to put nuevo. They're doing like, okay, they're giving an example of an adjective that can be in front of the noun, but this is my new country. Okay. Sí, mi nuevo vestido es muy bonito. Bonito. Tienes que ir a esa tienda. Tienes que ir a esa tienda. ¿Qué? Está que de aquí. ¿Quieres ir? Está cerca. Cerca de aquí.
Mi nuevo libro.
Mi nuevo libro es sobre mis viajes. About my travels. Okay.
Estoy en el último probador.
Oh, there's Ultimo. I've seen Ultimo used quite a lot already. That's a new vocabulary word. Got one. Estoy en el último probador. Probador. Fitting room. It's in the. You're in the last fitting room.
Él no quiere bailar con nadie.
Él no quiere bailar con nadie. Okay. You dance with anyone? Okay.
Nosotros no queremos hablar con nadie.
Nosotros queremos.
Nos queremos.
No. Nosotros no queremos.
No.
Queremos hablar con nadie.
Con nadie.
Okay.
Mi gato no
quiere dormir con nadie. Okay. Sure.
Hay mucha gente pobre en el mundo.
Pobre. Poor. Pobre en el mundo. Hay mucha gente pobre en el mundo. There are a lot of poor people in the world.
Ay, pobre Ana.
I say I to me every once in a while. Or I know is funny in a non like Spanish learning way. I know comes up so much because of Family Guy. I know. I think I'm more I de me comes up more often when I'm thinking Spanish. Or what did Bar say? Ay caramba. Sorry. Ay caramba or caramba. I don't even know if that's supposed to be. Hold up. Ay caramba. Is that supposed to be Spanish? Yeah, it's ay caramba. OG. Okay. What about what the heck is what about is kawabunga Japanese? You know the oh wait. Is that how you spell it? No. Oh no, it's kawabunga. But is that a translation? Hold up. Is that like a transliteration? Where is it from? Oh no, it's the maybe origin. Let's try origin. Oh, okay. It's a made up term. Howdy Doody and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from the 1950s created Cowabunga. Okay, I see. That's fine. I thought I was onto something. Pobre Ana. Ay, pobre Isabel. Quiere comprar ese vestido, pero es muy caro. Ella no tiene mucho dinero.
Caro.
Feels bad, man.
Yo no tengo ninguno de esos libros.
Yo no tengo ninguno de esos libros. Oh, now we're putting the ninguno after. I don't have any of those books.
Esta es una casa completamente nueva.
Completamente. Okay. Esta una casa completamente nueva. House is completely new. This new. Oh wait. This. Wait. What? Wait. This is a wait, completely new house.
Completamente.
Aquí no.
Aquí no hay ningunos zapatos baratos. Pretty good. Yo no compré nada. Or oh no, not even nada. Ninguna.
Yo no compré ninguna.
Huh. Does it always have to be? No, they just picked a random one. Estos son mis último $20.
Estos son mis últimos
$20. Este es how does this work? Este es un carro completamente nuevo. Make sure my order is correct. We did it! Monthly badge. Alright.
Es un buen precio.
Es un buen precio. Okay.
Bueno.
Este es un mal precio.
And then mal. Este es un mal precio. Oops.
Es un mal restaurante. Es
un mal restaurante.
Señor, ¿usted ya pagó?
I have a really terrible habit of smiling whenever someone makes me want to sound toxic. Sorry. Maybe I have like like a sadistic hidden tendency or something. Señor, ¿usted ya pagó? Could you RP?
Sara pagó $110 en efectivo.
Sara pagó $110 en efectivo. I have problems with this. En efectivo. En efectivo.
Vamos al segundo piso.
¿Vamos al segundo piso?
Quiero un buen par de zapatos. ¿Me pruebo este?
Ese no es caro. Me gusta más el segundo par. Not that one is expensive.
No puedo olvidar el dinero.
Olvidar. Olvidar? Oh, forget. I don't remember forget. So what are we up to? Or new vocabulary words? Oh yeah, this unit doesn't have any like it has some loose grammar, but it doesn't have a central grammar thing. So I'm expecting 8 vocabulary words. I think that's their average. Can't forget. No puedo olvidar el dinero.
No puedes
olvidar los llaves otra vez.
Hay un café en el primer piso.
Hay muchas tiendas en el primer piso.
Hay muchas tiendas en el primer
piso.
La tercera puerta a la derecha.
Tercera. Oh yeah, that's right. We're doing first, second, and third. Segundo, right? Segundos. And it's primer, but it's also primero, right? But it's in front, so it gets the thing gets chopped. The O gets chopped, kind of like bueno becomes buen, and I had another example, and it'll come to me. Fine. Man, I just realized. Having mints is very good for the throat. What the heck? Like, maybe I should buy some mints. Tercera, puerta a la derecha. The third door to the left. Oh, derecha to the right. Izquierda is left. Sí, la tienda de ropa está cerca. Tenemos que seguir derecho y en la tercera calle girar a la derecha. That works.
Girar.
Ay.
Cheap. I immediately thought I cheapo. Sorry, Spanish speakers. Hay tiendas, hay tiendas baratas en el segundo. Oh, interesting. Segundo piso, but segund doesn't change to. It doesn't lop off the O. I gotta remember how that works. Maybe it's a case by case thing. Hay tiendas baratas en el segundo piso. Segundo piso.
Este
es un mal precio.
Es un mal restaurante.
I'm telling you. Toxic phrases. Not really toxic, but there's upset phrases.
100, 200.
200. Yep. 100, 200. Interesting. Hija, entonces, ¿te gusta esta camiseta? Camiseta. Cuesta 200 pesos. Es un buen precio.
No tenemos ningún café.
Ningún café. Oh boy. How does the... Yeah, so it lops off the O. Right? Or it doesn't really. It's ningún, ninguna, ningunos, and ninguna nas. Yeah. Oh. Wow, that startled the heck out of me. Sorry.
Quiero algún vino bueno.
Quiero algún vino bueno. I want some good wine.
Disculpe, ¿tienen algún vestido de fiesta rojo?
¿Quieres ver el partido de fútbol mañana? Mañana? No, lo siento, no tenemos ningún vestido rojo. Okay, that's kind of...
Pedro es un gran maestro.
Gran maestro. I was thinking of a Japanese thing earlier today. Great. Or actually Chinese too. Pedro is teacher. Gran. All the animals ate a lot. Todos los animales comer mucho o comieron mucho. Ate.
Todo lo animal.
Va a ser
una gran fiesta. Va a ser. Don't even at me.
Disculpe, ¿tiene algún sombrero más grande? Estos son muy pequeños.
Sí, señor. ¿Sabes su talla? What's your size? Or do you know your size?
Anoche pagamos mucho dinero.
Anoche pagamos mucho dinero.
Ayer nosotros pagamos en efectivo. Ayer
pagamos en efectivo. Something in efectivo.
Efectivo. Ayer nosotros pagamos en efectivo.
El tercer piso está cerrado.
¿Tercer? Oh, wait. Oh. Okay, I'm not sure anymore. Tercer piso. Now I'm not paying attention enough. So, tercer.
Tercer.
Yo siempre olvido las llaves.
Yo siempre olvido las llaves.
nunca olvidas.
Tú nunca olvidas nada. You never forget anything.
Búho.
Mal.
Nadie.
Gran. Primer.
Nosotros siempre olvidamos algo en el supermercado. Nosotros siempre olvidamos algo en el supermercado. Nosotros siempre olvidamos algo.
Tercer.
Primer.
Querido.
Gran.
Mal.
Okay.
No tenemos ningún café.
Cheese. We don't have any cheese. Alright, I get it. Stop. Oh, that wasn't as many vocabulary words as I thought.
No tenemos ningún café.
Yes. We don't have any cafe.
Olvidar.
Olvidar.
Aquí hay mucha gente pobre.
Hay mucha gente pobre.
$101, $102, $103. 1, 102, 103.
Hay
Counting up.
mucha gente pobre en el mundo.
Hay mucha gente pobre en... Alright, I get it.
Algún día lo voy a olvidar. ¿Algún
día? No, wait.
Algún día lo voy a olvidar.
Oh.
Día.
Voy
a
olvidar. ¿Lo olvidar? Wait.
Algún día lo voy a olvidar.
Sara pagó $110 en efectivo.
Okay. Uh, 110.
Ella pagó un mal precio por esos vinos. Ella
pagó.
Ella pagó un mal precio por esos vinos. Mal
precio
por
¿vinos?
Ella pagó un mal precio por esos vinos. Esos.
Aquí no hay
ningunos zapatos baratos.
Señor, ¿usted ya pagó? Señor.
¿Usted ya pagó?
No quiero olvidar el regalo para Pretty. Compramos esta falda.
Ese no, es demasiado larga. Because we're referring to falda.
Vikram compró 4 libros de cocina por $103 allá.
That's kind of expensive. Qué bien. ¿Y dónde queda esa librería? Where's the bookstore? Good. Great. Let's go.
Estos son
mis últimos $20.
Mi gato no quiere dormir con nadie.
Ninguno
de los niños necesita camisetas.
Ayer nosotros pagamos en efectivo.
Ayer nosotros pagamos en efectivo.
Primero, seguro.
Hay pobre gente.
Disculpe, ¿tienen chaquetas para mascotas en este lugar?
Sí, en el tercer piso.
Bonito. Cerca.
No quiero olvidar el regalo para Pretty. Compramos esta falda.
Esa no. Es demasiado larga.
Hay un café en el primer piso. Hay
un café
el
primer piso.
piso.
En el primer piso.
Yo compré unos zapatos y 2 camisetas. Luis compró 3 sombreros. Y ahora no tenemos dinero.
¿Dónde están? En una tienda de ropa. ¿Pisos? Dólares.
En Buenos Aires hay muchas verdulerías. Gran parte de la gente compra los vegetales y las frutas en esos sitios, no solo en el supermercado.
¿Qué hay en Buenos Aires? Tiendas de vegetales. Solo supermercados. Mercados. ¿Tiene alguna cartera azul? Ay, no. Ninguna cartera es completamente azul.
Ninguna.
Tú
nunca olvidas nada.
Nada.
El abrigo cuesta $110.
Okay.
Nadie
Nadie necesita ir al supermercado.
Este es un buen
par de zapatos. Oh my, I don't like you. Este es un buen par de zapatos. Par. Butthead. I demand a recount. Alright. A problem with the car?
Un problema con el carro.
Okay.
Eddie está en la calle. Él cierra el baúl de un carro.
¿Baúl? The trunk.
Vikram llega.
¿Estás bien, Eddie? Te ves preocupado.
¿Es? I see. Oh, yeah, I see.
Alquilé este carro, pero no enciende.
You seem worried. Alquilé el carro, pero no enciende. Alquilé? Oh.
¿Te puedo ayudar?
No, gracias, Vikram.
Pero yo sé cuál es el problema con el carro.
Vikram, yo sé mucho sobre carros.
Yo sé mucho sobre carros. All right.
Eddie, el carro está encendido.
No, Vikram. No está encendido porque no escucho el motor.
Es un carro eléctrico. No hace ruido y no necesita gasolina.
Pero yo le puse gasolina hace 10 minutos.
¿Qué?
¿Dónde?
Aquí.
¿En the trunk?
Ay, no, Eddie. Ese es el baúl.
I like it. It's in the trunk of the car. There you go. All right, very good. Electrical problema. Alquilé. Interesting. Gasolina. I like Eddie's stuff. Eddie's stuff is great.
Un problema con el carro. Eddie está en la calle. Él cierra el baúl de un carro. Vikram llega.
¿Estás bien, Eddie? Te ves preocupado.
Yeah, you look worried.
Alquilé este carro, pero no enciende.
¿Te puedo ayudar?
No, gracias, Vikram.
Pero yo sé cuál es el problema con el carro.
But I know what's your problem with the car.
Vikram, yo sé mucho sobre carros.
Eddie, el carro está encendido.
No, Vikram. No está encendido porque no escucho el motor.
Es un carro eléctrico. No hace ruido y no necesita gasolina.
Pero yo le puse gasolina hace 10 minutos.
¿Qué? ¿Dónde?
Aquí.
Ay, no, Eddie. Ese es el baúl.
I think this might be MVP so far. Sierra, motor, baúl, preocupado, carro. Oh, that one definitely deserves an award. So,
Cerdo.
cerdo. Wait. Oh, cerdo.
Elegir. Elegir.
Elegir.
Barco.
Barco. Querido.
Nadie
necesita ir al supermercado. Mercado.
El abrigo cuesta $110. 100. Nadie
viene a esta tienda.
Ninguno de nosotros
Yo compré unos zapatos y 2 camisetas. Luis compró 3 sombreros. Y ahora
tenemos que comprar alguna fruta.
Okay. Ayer fui a la tienda a comprar zapatos, pero no compré nada.
Rafael compró un reloj muy caro.
A very expensive watch.
101, 102, 103.
Usted necesita elegir una de las faldas rojas.
Vamos a elegir. Oh, choose. Una de? Okay, one of anyone. Una, wait. Oh, no, red skirts. Ah! Okay.
Necesito 122 pesos.
Okay. ¿Quién compró? Compró. Yes. Compró. Estos relojes. Relojes. ¿Eh?
Necesita.
Ella necesita alguna falda negra.
Negra.
Okay, none of them, right? So none of them. Ningunos necesitan ir al supermercado. Son of ninguno de ellos. Oh my. I knew that. No, I didn't. Oh boy, I wasn't paying attention. Ellos. Yes, Ellos tienen que elegir. Tienes que elegir una de las faldas. Son of a... Oh, vestidos. Oh, I was thinking about skirts. Whoops. Okay, we got this. Ninguno de nosotros. Ninguno de nosotros tenemos. Oh no. Tenemos. No tenemos. No, just tenemos. Tenemos. Ahora. Tenemos dolores. Ahora. Son of a... Oh, dinero. Oh, it didn't say dollars. Oh, come on. Oh, wait. Tiene. Oh, the subject is none. Oh, no. I know. We're boned. Okay. Ninjino, yes. Ninguno de ellos necesita ir a la tienda. All right. Ellos tienen que elegir uno de los vestidos. Ninguno de nosotros tiene dinero ahora. Okay. Alright. Okay, that's bugged. Fine.
Nosotros
no queremos hablar con nadie. Okay, that's fine.
Nieve. Ninguno. Pez.
Querido.
Esta es
una casa completamente nueva. It's fine.
Búho.
Ninguno.
No.
Ninguno.
Último.
Nadie.
Es la última.
Es la última semana de estos precios bajos. It's the last weekend of these low prices.
Estuvo. Vaca. Pobre.
Estuvimos.
Él no quiere bailar con nadie.
Ay, pobre Ana.
Yo no tengo ninguno de esos libros.
Okay, hold up. I gotta be more vigilant about this. Okay. So I'm still kind of a little... They haven't used a plural. So I don't know when, like, how that can be plural. Huh. ¿Esos? Oh, eso. Mi trabajo nuevo.
Muy interesante.
Wait. Oh, they wanted to... Oh, okay.
A mi nuevo gato le gusta dormir. Nuevo.
I was like, what is it trying to show? You can move the nuevo before or after. You know, antes de y o después de. Right. Después de noun. ¿Te gusta alguna? A mí no me gusta ninguna camiseta. Okay. Oh, that's where... Okay. That's where you can have
ninguna.
Plurals and plurals of ningún Ninguno.
Mi nuevo libro es sobre mis viajes.
Mi nuevo libro es sobre mis viajes. Oh, is. Perdón? Oh, nuevo. The most important part of the sentence I'm supposed to get. I ignored. Ay, pobre Jorge. Ay. Este es. What do they want for this? Este es un carro completamente nuevo. Son of a... Wait, what happened? Oh, I missed the whole syllable in completamente. Completamente. Okay. Es el último... no, última semana de estos precios bajos. Son of a... What? Oh, es la última. Oh my god, es última. Son of a... I don't want to talk about it. Wait, how did I screw up this? Este es... No, this is something different. Una... wait. Esta es una guitarra completamente nueva. Success! Este es un carro completamente es la última semana de estos precios bajos. Semana. Oh, semana. My bad.
Gran.
Querido.
¿Ne?
Tercero.
Nadie.
Hoy es un...
Hoy es un mal día para ir de compras.
Primer.
I heard primer. Estuvo. Búho. Pobre.
Es un
buen precio.
Primero, seguro. Segundo.
No puedo
olvidar el dinero.
Hay muchas tiendas en el primer piso. Primer.
Okay. Primer. Wait, do I do? Oh no. Oh yeah. Let's just stick with it. Son of a primero and tercero. Oh my. Alright. I actually don't understand. I'm a little bit... Yeah, I'm a little bit... I'm not sure why segundo doesn't become like segund. Yeah.
Compré un buen abrigo para el invierno.
What? So go with
Marco,
yes.
¿sabes que Lucas pagó $140 por una camiseta de un gato en una bici?
¿Cuánto pagó Lucas? I heard 140. Oh, menos de, más de. Interesting. 140. So, más de.
¿Qué hay en el primer piso de la tienda?
Bebimos un mal café allá.
We drank the bad coffee. Ya. Okay. No quiero ir de compras con este mal tiempo. ¿Vamos a casa? Salud. ¿Quieres ir a... Oh no. I'm just completely... Oh. Segundo piso. Okay.
Él pagó $140.
Compré. Buen
Abrigo.
abrigo
Para el invierno.
para el invierno. No.
No puedo
Olvidar.
Las llaves otra vez.
Ves.
I don't want to talk about this. Okay.
Búho.
Gran.
Pez. Cerdo. Nosotros siempre olvidamos algo en el supermercado.
Tercer.
Ser.
Pobre.
How come you get to do it?
Estuvo.
Vaca.
Yo
siempre olvido las llaves.
Ayer nosotros pagamos en efectivo.
Pedro es un gran maestro.
Una botella de vino con algún queso bueno. Algún.
Anoche pagamos $200 en efectivo.
200.
Vamos a volver algún día.
100, 200.
Tengo que pagar $200.
En Buenos Aires hay muchas verdulerías. Gran parte de la gente compra los...
No quiero ningún trabajo. Okay. No hay, no, which one's anything? No hay, no, anything? Ningún? Let's try, no hay ningún. Or is it nadie? No hay nadie. Son of a nada! And... Oh no, nadie is no one. Dang it. Alright, I'm starting to...
Tú.
I need to be a little bit more.
Nunca.
Tú nunca
Olvidas.
nada.
No quiero comer ningún queso.
Okay. El café es está en el tercer piso.
Anoche pagamos $200 en efectivo.
No hay nada. No hay nada en el tercer piso. I get it. I get it. I know. Sorry.
Anoche pagamos $200 en efectivo.
Ugh. Ugh. So punished.
Algún día lo voy a olvidar.
Algún día lo voy a olvidar. Okay. Someday going to get something? Or someday I'm going to forget it? Oh, lo.
Va u gran fiesta.
What am I? What's happening? What? Oh, va a ser. No. Oh, to be. Okay. Él no quiere. Wait. How do I maybe like ninguna de esas camisetas. Oh, I missed the N. Whoops, that's a typo.
Hay
Hay mucha gente
pobre.
pobre gente
Pobre.
gente en tu país.
Tu país.
Son of a gente pobre. I thought I could get away with putting in the front just to test. No me gusta. No. Ninguno de los vinos. Los vinos aquí. Oh, ningún. Oh, right. So that's how. Okay. Okay. I got you. I got you.
Yo tengo que elegir
Elegir
de
these
camisas.
Una.
Una.
Okay.
Hay mucha gente pobre en tu país.
Okay.
Primero, segundo, tercero.
Dúo no olvida nada.
No. Wait.
Dúo no olvida nada. Dúo no olvida nada.
Wow, I did not hear olvida. Like the first syllable.
Hoy es un buen día para ir de compras.
Alguno. Tengo que elegir.
Whoa, oh. Oh. All right. I don't wanna talk about it.
Ninguna.
Mi nuevo trabajo es muy interesante. Mi nuevo trabajo es un mal restaurante.
Yo compré unos zapatos y 2 camisetas. Luis.
Nosotros no queremos hablar con nadie. Nosotros no queremos hablar con nadie.
Wait. What are you doing?
Nosotros no queremos hablar con nadie.
Oh. Oh, typo. It's fine.
Ella no quiere salir con nadie. Ella no quiere salir con nadie.
Do I need to repeat estamos? Do I do pero? Do I do... I don't know. And does this become sick? No, el. Oh. Wait. Oh, no, that's fine. Oh, okay, that's fine. I don't... Oh. I had a mental block. I panicked. My bad.
Estoy.
Estoy...
En el último
probador.
Aquí no hay.
No hay ningunos zapatos baratos. Okay. Okay, I think I ironed out my problem earlier. Alright, so that's it for today. Schwuff. What time is it? Oof, it's late. Okay, let's go over some schwuff. So we definitely got, right, algunos. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Hold up. I think it's just algun, though. There's no... Oh, hold up. I'm a little... There's a little bit of a confusion here. Yeah. Okay, okay. Okay. It's not algun, but ningun. So we have. Okay. So we have ningun, which I'm still not quite sure. And then we have ninguno. Right, ninguno in plural. And then we have ninguna, right? In plural. So the ningun came up a couple times, and I think it's probably because it's next to a vowel. I think that's where it's coming from. I'm gonna have to check this out. This is something I need to look up again. And then also it requires a no before but not after, right? Not después de. Okay. And then there's also like de. Into a group, which then is treated as like tiene. Example. That's one that I had made a few errors. Then we have nada, nadie as well. I. Complete draw. Elegir. Counting stuff. So cientos. Cientos as a after, so no like cien. And it's cientos plus another number, right? Numero. And then we also have doscientos. Right. Really missing something else. Articles, clothing. Oh, things in the front. So things in the front. So mal nuevo. Dude. Mal. When. We got nuevo. Ra. What sticks out to me right now? So, we have primero, segundo, tercero, but I'm still not quite sure about like the ningun situation and the primer. And tercer. I might have to look this up too. Último. Última. That's pretty good. All right, let's look at our podcast. Oh, this was a shaky unit, for sure. Modern purchase. Modern purchase. That sounds like... Honestly, that kind of sounds like Oskud. Modern purchase. Kotor? There's plenty of things dealing with purchasing. What they bought. Alright. That's a wrap for today. I don't think I remember anything else. Yep. Not for today. Let's go double check anything else. Algun? Yeah, see, I'm not sure. Yeah, I gotta look that up. Then pagamos 200 gran. Gran is also. Then tercer. And then when to use like ningún, algun. And then tercer versus tercero. Primer versus primero. But there's no secund. There's just segundo. That's interesting. And then olvidar. Oops, I forgot about olvidar. Haha, I forgot. Okay, olvidar. Olvidar. Oh, completamente. I completamente olvidar. Olvidor. Olvidor. Olvite. I último. Uno. Pobre. I forgot pobre. I forgot everything. Except for elegir, I suppose. Nadie. Then nada. Okay. Alright. Lots to work with. I'll probably have to look up 2 grammar, actually. It's not quite clear other than taking it face value. It's face value. The one that isn't clear is sometimes I think I could do ningun, but I can't. And then sometimes I can. So the whole ningun thing and the algun thing. And then y segundo doesn't do what I think it does. Alright, folks, that's a wrap for Spanish today. You're gonna watch this later. Muchas gracias. As always, feel free to follow along. Duolingo is free after all. The desktop version is quite agreeable. You're more than welcome to come by, share your grievances, your ideas, and how you compensate or interact with other tools, especially other Spanish things. I'm still in the, in the market for a dedicated Spanish video game series / like studio that like double dubs their games. So that's kind of something I really want to look forward for. Although there are some that just multi-dubs in general. I think most likely it's going to end up being like a Cyberpunk 2077 playthrough of Phantom Liberty or something. Alright, folks. Until then, stay safe. Alright, stay healthy. Hasta luego a todos. And I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.